French. Excellence. Uh, excellence. I see. Skide godt. Hey, jeg har lige tjekket min mail, som jeg åbenbart ikke får notifikationer på. Jeg har mails tilbage fra 14. august, jeg ikke har set. Yeah. Super. Ja. Jeg har ikke forberedt noget som helst. Jeg regner med, tænker, du har nok en idé om, hvad det er, du har lyst til. Ja. Så hvad, det er bare en Watch Together med albumet på. Ikke nogen videoer nødvendigvis. Eller skal vi have musikvideoerne? Ja. Okay, så hvis jeg bare lige forbereder... Hvis jeg bare lige queuer op dem alle sammen, og se om jeg kan finde musikvideoerne. Er det dem alle sammen, der har en musikvideo? Det kan jeg ikke huske. Wow, jeg havde lige glemt, det var alle 3 albums. Så mange der nu er. Nice. Egg on our face, I guess.
Egg on our face, I guess. It was already in the piano. Shit. Well, at least the important thing is that I tested yesterday whether or not the music will appear on the VOD, and it will most certainly not, so I won't get obliterated from space by big corbos. So that's good.
Sounds sexy, though.
I mean, getting blasted from space, hello?
Yeah.
In this economy? I apparently have to... Noon's insisting on being here. There we go. Oh, god damn it. I'm playing you like a goddamn fiddle. There we go. Okay, there we go. Okay, that's better. Oh my god, I figured it out. Yippee! Alright. Yeah, I think if you just have a watch together for you and me, the thing I'm worried about is that there is something in the watch together that will allow people to jump in on the video if they see it, and then they can start like press buttons for some reason.
Well, don't you? Can you like limit Can you limit what the people can see? Because in that case, you can limit the screen to just the video,
man,
so they can't see the URL.
You are expecting a lot from me. Sub-dadies and gentledems.
Well, it's either that or just full screening the thing. That should fix it as well.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. The problem is, well, what can I do? I could also just stream my end over Discord in addition, which means that I can just play from the browser, and then we could just not deal with the watch together.
So you're just controlling the thing?
Yeah, I would prefer to put some of it over on you, so I don't have like manage 16 things at the same time. You know.
I think it will work if you just full screen the watch together, right?
Okay, fair enough. Yep, then send it to me.
Let's just
slink me up, baby. God, I still don't know why. I don't remember sending this Sonic picture to you though, which I'm still freaked out about.
Oh, it was bad.
Do you remember the context?
There was none. Even worse.
Well, okay. Hi, Risto. Let me just run
There
to
is
the
no.
theater real quick so I can show what I came into when I opened up our like Discord chat and be like, I have no recollection of this.
Is he getting smaller?
Wow.
Yeah, I think if you could just, entertain people for a minute or two, I can cue the full
Oh, hell
first
yeah.
album.
Well, how is this for entertainment? Do you like this? I don't know where I have this image from, and I have no recollection of sending it, which is the worst part. Hang on,
Yes, you were drunk or some shit. Not
I-
judging,
I'm-
just thinking.
No, the thing is, I've been needing to like work a lot the last couple of weeks, and because of that, I've just decided like, I need good sleep. So I've been like not having a single drink for like 2 weeks. So it must well that depends. How old is this image that I sent? Also, I've never been drunk. Well, it's been years since I've been so drunk that I send things and forgetting. Ow, I'm assuming. I mean, it is half a month ago. That was like the 15th. What happened there? That's like a
Okay,
Tuesday. That's like there's no context. It was when we discussed the Garfield
we have to make a
memes.
decision here.
Yeah.
We have to make a decision.
Yeah.
I appear missing. Do we want the full version or the version with the music video? Because the version with the music video is half length. The full version.
I mean, full definitely. Like, I mean
Yeah.
that's a thing we need to get into because if you go through the music videos of especially the first album, there's a lot of like small variations, and I generally prefer the album versions. But I will say one of the videos for the first album, it's the one where he's drunk with the Japanese businessman. I really enjoy that one. Okay. No, I'm just gonna leave the stage for a moment. Everyone's out to get me.
Yeah, okay. I can see I queued most of the music videos, and apparently they're shorter.
Yeah.
Let me fix.
Yeah, there's
Keep
definitely
entertaining.
there's definitely one of the songs that's like aggressively shorter. Look,
Yeah,
it's Tiny
that's
Mouse.
I appear missing, but apparently Keep Your Eyes Peeled is shorter as well.
Huh. Oh well. That's fine. I'll just be walking around with people. Okay, just to kind of do some some dress setting. The plan for today is that we'll be listening through the Matador trilogy of albums of Queens of the Stone Age, which I learned that they're called. And we're probably gonna take a couple of breaks in between. Also, I haven't run any ads yet, which is fine. I should probably do that at some point. So we'll be listening to an album, then we'll take a break, then we'll listen to the next album, take a break, and then we'll listen to the third album, and then we'll just wipe ourselves down from the musical ejaculation that we'll be experiencing. I assume. I just guess here.
Gonna get creamy.
Freebie. Dude. It was when we discussed the Garfield memes. There's no Garfield on this one. I guess it just popped up when looking for Garfield stuff. Oh man. Joink. Remind me, did you ever experience Queens of Stone Age live?
No, I haven't.
I mean, they are on a world tour now. I don't know how close they get.
Huh.
Maybe we should look into that because, I don't know, might be fun.
Lovely. Okay, if I Had a Tale needs to have Spanish subtitles because apparently that's the only full version on YouTube.
I think that's okay. We can deal with that. I know for the second and the third album, it's much more streamlined with one-to-one between the album and the thing. It was along the lines of, quote, does God not come down from heaven out of fear of what he's created? Yeah, that makes sense. I tried to win tickets in a radio contest, but failed. No.
Kalopsia is like a third of the length.
Oh, why would they do that? Well,
Disgusting.
ew. Radio edits. Disgusting.
Official audio, you say?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, getting close.
I'm getting close. I've experienced them live once, and that was because I was working at Northside, the festival. And they were the closing band on the final day, so I got to like pull everything down and then leave early so I could watch the full concert, and it was amazing. It was during the tour for Like Clockwork, which is the first album we'll be listening to. So I didn't get to experience Head Like a Haunted House, but we'll get to it.
We'll get there.
We'll get there.
I sent you a link.
Sick.
Oh wait, hang on.
Oh god.
It's gotta be copied in the special way.
The special way for special boys.
Okay, this one in. Damn it.
Also, just for reference, we're currently listening to Lullabies to Paralyze, which is one of my favorite albums of Queens of the Stone Age. I feel like I'm gonna be doing a folk and just saying like, this is the best song ever. It's like, yeah, but you say that about everyone. It's like, yeah, but Burn the Witch is, I just really love it. It's simple. It got a clean riff and just a powerful.
This is also my favorite.
This is also my favorite. Do you like Dizzy? Yeah, Dizzy likes it. I know.
Yeah, I remember listening to. Well, we'll get there, but I remember listening to Villains and just thinking, yeah, this is my new favorite. And then the next song appeared, and yeah, this is my new favorite. And it just kept going.
Yeah. Yeah, I still think like the two last songs of Villains are like amazing. But we'll get to it.
Yeah.
The Curse of Dave Grohl affecting your tastes. I mean, Dave Grohl and Joshua Ami are close friends and have been collaborating a lot. And Grohl's also been part of like the touring band for Queens of the Stone Age, and he's also the drummer for some of the tracks of all 3 albums. So, you know, kind of makes sense.
Can we just get a Vultures reunion, please?
Please, I'm pretty sure.
Please.
I'm pretty sure. I keep forgetting the third one. He was the bassist in. Wasn't he the bassist in Led Zeppelin?
Yeah, I think it's Led Zeppelin.
He's like 90. So I honestly don't think it's gonna. Quick. Let me see. It's John Paul Jones.
77 of age.
77. Okay, well he can. God, he look. Okay, I need to get to the screen because this man looks so fucking old. Whoops.
Well, he is a rock musician.
Yeah, that's true.
It's amazing if they survive beyond 60.
We'll get to that when we get to the third album. Sheesh.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, it's gonna be sad. Look at this fucking guy. He need a nap.
Man, that's crusty.
Yeah, but fuck, that album's good. Crunchy man. Yeah, but that's a John Paul Jones. He's seen some things. Oh, we'll get to that.
He's seen some things, but he could.
He could, yeah. Okay. Status report, soldier. What's your sitch?
Okay, so if you full screen the watch together, I think you should be able to view it on the stage without having any.
Is he getting smaller?
Wow.
Interesting.
That people shouldn't see.
Is he getting smaller?
Wow.
Okay. I mean, are you playing? No, you're not playing. Good. Okay.
It shouldn't be.
I mean, it is still showing part of. Well, it is kind of showing the link up in the corner.
It is.
The question is whether or not I can see it when with all the like text box flowing by, and maybe we should just be fine. That's
so when you full screen, are you using?
Oh, they can definitely not see that. Okay, we're good.
All right,
sick. But can we do a thing? Can we do a thing? Nope. That just makes it worse for some reason. Oh! I just have to zoom out, and then it's easy to see. That makes sense. There we go. Cool.
That works.
Yeah. Now I just have to separate things out. Don't just.
Noon's got the best seat in the theater, by the way.
Scuff. I'll just look at his Sonic picture in the meantime. There we go. All right. Yippee! We must go further beyond. Plus ultra. Okay, let's tune down for Lullabies to Paralyze, even though it's a great album. Okay, so you know what? Let's go over to the bar, and I can just grab you, Where did I leave my? Oh, there we go. Yep. There we go. Yeah,
Cute.
mods can use the hold me command and then they just get suited to me. Thank you.
What's the breakdance command?
That's just damn. I finally have to dip out. My brain is attached to a playstyle in Disco Elysium and it requires my full emotional. Oh, yeah, no, that's fair. Alright. Whoop. Whoop.
Nice.
There we go. Nice. It stands or jam. I made that duality because, okay,
Perfect.
so as I mentioned, this is called the Matador Records Trilogy. It is the 3 albums composed of Like Clockwork from 2013, Villains from 2017, and then In Times New Roman that came out like a couple of months ago. I think like May or something? June? Something like that? Not that long
Yeah,
ago.
it was just before our vacation. I think it was around May.
Tick.
Hang on, let me check.
Yeah, do a checky.
Let's do the fact check. Oh, June.
June. I almost remembered it, which is like almost good. Yeah, and I feel bad saying like we're only gonna focus on Joshua Ami, but the band has had a lot of like member circulation, and it depends on whether they are doing like studio recordings or they're doing their live stuff. So I will be mentioning one person in particular for the first album because that person is very relevant for the whole tone of the album. But for the most of it, we'll just be looking at Joshua Ami because he's kind of the main lyricist and he's also the lead singer. And the lyrics of Queens of Stone Age is a high point in the album, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, definitely. Also,
Yeah.
he's seen some shit.
Also, he's seen some shit, which, carries over in the music too. But yeah, just so well, you know what? Let's go over and take a look at Joshua Ami because hubba. Yeah. So he's been. I mean, this is also the thing that will come up again, but he's been in the music business for a long time, and also just the music scene. If we want to separate those two things, he's been a lot in California, which is important for his musical styles because he kind of was on the starting board for a musical genre called stoner metal, which if you know the band Kaias, that's kind of the Kaias is so fucking good. And yeah, he's like the bassist in that one. Also, this is how Joshua Ami currently looks. He's got like the Faustian mustache, which I fucking love, but he's also known as like this handsomely shaven man. He just looks pretty good.
2023 is by far the year of Colonel Sanders.
Mm-hmm. Finger licking good music, you know what I mean? No. He just looks great. Yeah. Joshua Ami costume went. As soon as I saw he have that like Faustian mustache, I was like, interesting.
Noon does not like that at all.
What's the worst they can say? No. Ew. Train hits. He knows how to smolder. Yeah, that'll be. I feel like, how you used to do the first song of Villains. We probably have to see the video because he
the
is.
Second. How dare you?
Sorry. What's the first one?
That's the dance one. Well, that's the other dance one. Feet Don't Fail Me.
Oh yeah, that's true. I was like, the dance one. That's the fucking album.
Yeah.
Snoo, don't worry. As soon as music starts, we'll be more silent, and you can just, listen to the music and work on your portfolio. But yeah, so things to describe Joshua Ami. He's extremely extroverted. He's been on the scene for a long time, and if you look through like bands he's been in and albums he's helped created, he is getting a lot of like guest vocalist, and it's often also from bands. It's like it's not unknown ones. I think it's like what's the guy from Avenged Sevenfold? I mean, there's a lot of things where it's like, oh, I know these names, and he's
Which one from Avenged?
The lead singer It's Trent Reznor. Wait, no, that's Trent Reznor I'm thinking of. I don't know if that's Avenged Sevenfold.
That's Nine Inch Nails.
9 Inch Nails, thank you. I always get those two mixed up. I meant making drawing. Snoo, make your portfolio, and then you can make the Funko Pop me and the Just Your Army costume. Like, eat your greens. But yeah, so he's extremely extroverted and has a lot of like friends in the scene. That's also why he like created super bands, and that's also why we have something like the Desert Sessions, which is an album series that's at like, I think it's at session 12 at this point. I don't know if there's plans to make 13, 14. But that's essentially an album where every single track is a new collaboration. And he's just, I don't even know if he plays on all of them or if he's just like producing on the side and maybe he plays a little bit of guitar or something. But he's in there. He got buddies everywhere. But yeah, that's...
He definitely has some production capabilities. So I wouldn't be surprised if he just, he mixed the entire album.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's a completely different thing. So if we need to talk about all the things he's been producing, the Royal Blood, CRX, yeah, those are the two big ones that like came off the top of my head. But speaking of Desert Sessions, so that becomes interesting because there's a place in California called Rancho de la Luna, which is basically like a ranch music studio where he's been doing a lot of his things, and that's also why it's called Desert Sessions, because the ranch is like in the middle of a desert. But again, we can't really get into Desert Session because that's like a whole other thing. But yeah, so let's start prepping for like Clockwork, because Clockwork is a dark album. Like there is a lot of darkness in that album, and to understand that, we need to know that in 2013, that's when the album came out. But the years prior to that, 2008, longtime touring band member Natasha Snyder died of lung cancer, and she's been in like a part of the band for most of the Queens of the Stone Age time. She was in Rated R. She was in Era Vulgaris and a lot of like the touring it. So she was a close friend of Hami. So she sadly died in 2008. And, they managed to set up a concert that managed to kind of alleviate the cost of her hospital time. But at the same time, this was kind of a blow for Joshua. Things were still happening. He formed the Them Crooked Vultures, the super band we mentioned beforehand. But I think it was during the touring of Them Crooked Vultures where Joshua kind of he injured his knee. And this wasn't that big a deal. He got sent to the hospital and he was admitted for surgery. The surgery had complications and his heart stopped for a couple of seconds. I think it's actually reported to like 45 seconds of his heart just stopping, and they had to defibrillate him. This was rough on him. He's a rock star, so his body's maybe not the most well put together. But he was basically bedridden for 4 months. He got spiraled into a deep depression. While in the bed, he also got a MRSA infection, so basically a multiple resistant bacterial strain. And that means that his body couldn't really deal with it because he had a lot of stress because of being in the bed for so long. And he has since then reported that while he was bedridden for those 4 months, he considered stopping music altogether. And this is, you have to consider, this man, music is what he does. Like, playing, producing, being in the scene, and he's like, none of it. Like, not even production. He's like, no. So this is the mental... Rough. It's so rough. And don't worry, it's gonna get worse when we get to the final album. Thank you for the follow, Corbin. Oh my god, Vampyre! I did turn off the music for the raid because I thought if that happened during the music, that might have been a problem. Oh god.
Avast.
Avast!
You guys.
You're welcome. We're kind of setting the Hi, welcome in, Raiders. We're talking about super depressing things because Queens of the Stone Age, the first album in the trilogy series called like Clockwork, um, basically got born out of Joshua Omi being in Big Depression City, and this was basically his way out of it. Um, so so before we start the first song, um, I'll just say hi to everyone. But also, you have to consider um, lost a dear friend, 4 months in hospital, sick for most of it, highly stressed, and considered stopping music altogether. And this is 2010. 2013, he managed to publish the album like Clockwork. But we'll kind of get into how he copes with depression and stress later on. But that's kind of how it starts. So I'll just say hi to all people, and then we'll start with the very first track of the album, Like Clockwork. Yeah. So let me just see here. What do we got? We got Roll Jacks. Hello. Hi, Drebart. We got Corbin. We got Kilo. Hello. And we got Saber. Hello. And Satoshi. Hello. I've got Fenrir. Thank you. Okay. I think we're ready now. Okay.
We good?
Yeah, I think we're good. So I'll do that. I'll do that. I will do this for the VOD later on. And we're now ready for Keep Your Eyes Peeled. Hi, Helix.
Okay.
Yeah.
Keep your eyes peeled. Starting.
Oh, yeah. I'm giving fucking shivers over here.
Man.
It's just that like quiet, rusty string in the end. It's such a strong start to the album.
The thing is, I find the instrumental to be really, like, really bopping, but at the same time, you have this depressing undertone, which is heavily reinforced by the lyrics.
Oh yeah, I was about to say because I do have the lyrics pulled up, and this is okay. This is also a thing. If you like the song, you should also go watch the music video because the visual style really does a lot to the song, but it does cut a lot of the song off. And I think it's about here where, and I know you'll never believe, I play as though I'm all right. If life is but a dream, wake me. And then it kind of stops in the like visual video, which is like, no. But yeah, no. If you go through these lyrics, you can see that he is not really in a good spot. Like big smile, really a show of teeth, without a care in a world of fear. Lonely, you don't know how I feel. Praise God, nothing is as it seems. Like there is, he's
just putting up the biggest facade.
Also, if to go back to some of the things he mentioned for why he was getting into this depression, as I mentioned, he was an extremely extroverted person, and he had a lot of like friends and people in the industry. He reportedly had like he felt abandoned during his 4 months in bed. So he felt that all these friends that he have gained throughout the years, they were not really his friends, which is he has a song about that we'll get into. That's Fairweather Friends. But yeah, so you mixed all of this in with this, like abandonment, feelings of abandonment, which I think there was one mentioned during the song about it. Don't look, just keep your eyes peeled.
In this song about abandonment.
Yeah, I felt like there was something. Oh, it was probably this lonely you don't know how I feel that kind of got to me. It's oh Crevice, you sweet summer child. You got your first Twitch hat. Yoink. But yeah, so keep your eyes peeled. We that was the first song. Don't worry, it'll get way sadder. And when we get to the second album, that's when things get crazy. That's when he's kind of getting his upturn. But initially here, he is in a dark place. Boop. I fucking knew it. Thank you, Dizzy. I knew the second Krebs are like, oh man, I'm getting ads. And just timing Dizzy being a generous, good person. And there we go. Thank you, Dizzy. That's very kind of you. Okay, so, can you remind me, what's the name of the next song?
That is I Sat by the Ocean.
Ooh! That's a good one.
It is. I was considering something about the format, by the way.
Yeah?
Should we have the lyrics on screen simultaneously?
Yeah, I feel like we can do that now,
along.
because initially I was like, should we have the music video up? But if we do this where we don't need it, then we should definitely go for lyrics.
Yeah.
Because I have saved all those sites because I've been preparing. I really like this band. Yippee!
Good.
Yeah. Now I just have to. I just need this site to kind of cooperate with me. There we go. So this next song is a bit lighter musically. I don't think it's lighter lyrically. Okay. Are we ready? I think we're ready.
Yeah.
Cool.
Let's go for track 2. I Sat by the Ocean.
Yeah, I was like, I remember the music of the song, and it's a bit more like upbeat, definitely compared to Keep Your Eyes Peeled. But then
Mm.
just the first couple of lyrics, I drank a potion to erase
Oh, hi,
you,
Mark.
face down in the boulevard, yes, yet I couldn't face you. It's like, oh wait, this is very dark.
Yeah, he's getting sauced.
hmm I will also say, and I will probably point out this multiple occasion, he has a fun way of like twisting sayings that you know. And I did highlight
Mm.
time wounds all the heals as we fade out of view. So, course of play on time heals all wounds. But that's not what he's feeling. He is feeling the opposite, that as time goes on, he is getting more hurt. It's like, ah,
Mm.
oh boy.
I was gonna mention that as well if you didn't.
hmm
It happens multiple times during these albums that he just, he just twists a saying or
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
like plays with the words in
hmm
a way that you can recognize, but you're not used to it.
Yeah. Also, hi Draco. Yeah, like also like the last couple of lines, he's been like saying we're passing ships in the night, which, and this is also a thing. He manages to write lines that can be read in multiple valid ways, because there's a classic interpretation of this saying, which is passing ships in the night are two ships passing between each other, um, and they only meet for but a moment. But in this case, he by the end of it just pulls this little on. We're crashing ships in the night, so we're not passing each other. We're just hitting and destroying each other, which is just, god. The problem is I've been reading up on his life and kind of his relationships, which I will not go into until after the second album. But all of this hits so harder when you know.
Is this it? I don't know if this is a spoiler. Is this something to do with Della Brody?
No, yeah.
Oh yeah, okay. Well, we'll get there.
We'll
We'll get
get
there.
there. Yep. I feel like it doesn't make sense to talk about her until after the second album, because that's when it hurts the most.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. um yeah, okay, next one, probably one of my favorite tracks on this album, The Vampire of Time of Memory. Oh, that's a good one. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think I have more for A Sad by the Ocean? I mean, we have 3 albums to go through, so we can't just nut every time, even though I want to.
No, I think I'm good for I said by I
Mhm.
said by the ocean.
Mhm.
I think I have something for the vampire, but let's just hear it first.
Ooh, yeah, 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 yeah. Okay,
So yeah.
that one's ready. I'll just quickly, uh, what is the Vampire of Time and Memory?
It's vampire with a Y.
Yeah, I got it. I
Yeah.
remembered like halfway through. It's like, wait. There we go. Sick.
Vampyre.
Vampyre.
Okay,
Alright.
ready
I'm
for track 3.
I'm fucking ready. God, just the fucking intro.
Price.
Okay, I know you said you had something to say, but I just need to immediately say that listening to an album this way with the lyrics on, I'm getting like tears in my eyes.
Yeah, you definitely pay more attention to the lyrics.
Yeah. It's got
It's
this.
also it's usually not the way I listen to music. I'm more of an instrumentalist.
Yeah.
So lyrics are not really my ballpark, but
Mhm.
this way is very interesting. I definitely noticed stuff I didn't notice before.
Yeah. I mean, it's also it's one of those cases, and I will always like pioneer for trying to listen to albums in their full context and trying to
Oh, absolutely.
understand like the story and behind it. Because listening to the song, it's like, okay, yeah, it's a song, there's lyrics, but knowing what state Joshua was in when writing this makes it much more memorable and interesting. Like I
Hmm.
highlighted just this one, I'm alive, hooray. You're wrong again, cause I feel no love. Does anyone ever get this right? Like that hurts so much. Ugh.
The thing I was thinking about,
Yeah.
and take this with a grain of salt because apparently now I can't really find the source. But
Okay.
I seem to remember him saying in an interview that this was one of the first tracks he wrote for this record, and he was just sitting in front of a piano and just singing this and writing this, and constantly throughout the process just thinking, "Man, people are gonna hate this. This is so bad." Just wanting to like rip up the pages
Yeah, I
possibly
remember
every
that interview
time.
too. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I
But
think it was just presenting it to his band members, and they were just saying, "Dude, you gotta get this out.
mhm.
Like this is so important to you."
Mhm. Yeah, I mean the his band definitely knows that he is a character who needs to write music to process his emotions, and seeing him in this depression, which when we get to the third album, there is a story of him being in an even deeper depression and his bands being like, you need to fucking write music, otherwise you will die. Like they know him at this point, and they know that this is the only way that he can like process what's going on in his life. But yeah, no, I remember that interview. I don't
Hmm.
can't find I well, I'm not looking for it, but I do remember seeing that interview. Um, but also, if you take into context, like if this is the first song you wrote, it makes kind of sense because it cuts straight into it. It's very like nerves are exposed. Like it's just he just wrote the line, "I feel no love."
Yeah.
That's so powerful. It's just like I don't need more words in this. I don't need to do it in a more interesting way. I just write, "I feel no love." There it is. That's what I'm
Yeah.
feeling right now. It's like, ah, my bones, my heart.
I, I feel like you can also definitely, yeah, feel it through the instrumentals because this,
Oh yeah.
as opposed to the first two tracks, this is very depressing, like musical wise.
Yeah, like the first song is very dark, but it's not necessarily depressive. This one has so much like melancholy seeped into it.
Yes, exactly.
hmm to be vulnerable is needed most of all if you intend to truly fall apart. It's just like it's again, he writes in such an interesting way that the first line is basically, you need to be vulnerable, it's super important if you want to be deconstructed as a human and compose. It's like, oh shit, maybe I don't want to be vulnerable. Yeah, exactly, Snoo. Anybody who's had any sort of like depression, loss of relationship, they can instantly like latch on to these feelings and these lyrics to be like, yeah, I have seen myself in this part. Um, but yeah, I mean, there's so many. He does this so much, like just writing one line and then immediately flipping it. God, I love it. Cool. Whew. Okay, what's the
Also,
next?
the
Yeah, go go go.
final the bridge, the one you highlighted earlier, "I'm Alive, Hooray!" The entire section there, he just it sort of flip flops between being upbeat and depressing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, every time you start out a sentence and thinking, oh, he's gonna talk himself up now, then boof, straight back, rock bottom.
Yeah, and kick you straight in the dick. But it's also just after the "Cause I Feel No Love," the near 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 like it is like up, goes up, and then it just crunches down again. Like it's this sort of like up and down emotional journey throughout the song, which both is in the lyric and in the music. It's just like yum 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 yum. All right. Do we have more?
I think I'm good.
Cool.
So we're going to track 4, which is If I Had a Tail.
Oof. Also a good song.
Yeah, speaking of upbeat instrumentals, but yeah, we'll get there.
We'll get to it. All right, let me just get the lyrics up. I think, yeah, it's the Fairweather Friends. That's the one where I'm like, oh god, I have a lot to say about that one.
We'll get there.
We'll get there. Okay. Oh, yeah, yeah. This one is one where the lyrics are so weird compared to the way he sings them. For me, Vampyre is the pure state of depression. I know my own states like others. I get serotonin, using good bad taste. Yeah, I think I remember an interview too where he very explicitly said that his experience with his own depression was that he was just forgetting things. Like his mind was just blocking out parts of his life, and he considered it a vampire of time and memory. He just lost patches of his life because he was in that big of a state of depression. So that's what that is. It is a song about his experience of his own depression, which is just like, holy shit, you say it so well, and I am teary-eyed, and how dare you make me feel so powerfully, you bastard.
On to hug.
Time and memory. All right. Luckily, when we get to the second album, we get to feel him getting out of it. Me previously too. Yeah. I've heard those stories. We're back of fun. Wee. I mean, this is basically the darkest part of his life, and he will experience worse things, but he is better at dealing with them when we get to the third album. So, we'll get there, but yippee.
We'll get there.
We'll get there. All right, let's hit me with that If I Had a Tail.
Yeah. Track 4, let's go.
Whoa.
Wow.
I don't know, for some reason in this song, tears of pleasure, tears of pain to trickle down your face the same. I don't know why, but I just vividly remember these lyrics every time. I don't have anything clever to say about it. It's like, I remember this vividly.
Yeah, okay. This is one of the songs I have a bit of difficulty interpreting.
Yeah, same.
I'm actually quite curious how you think about it, because the way I feel about the meaning of this is sort of him partying through the pain and
Yeah.
describing society's expectation to party through the pain if you have depression and the stuff and the like.
Yeah. I mean, to me, what I'm getting is some sense of, of kind of just having something to distract people from seeing him, essentially. Yeah, it's a need to feel anything like that. That's what I've always thought. Like, if I had a tail, that would be something where people would then look at the tail and not him, essentially. But yeah, so but he yeah, this is one of the more difficult ones. I do love the the line "expensive holes to bury things in." That's just a good one. uh, but yeah, I mean, he I think this idea comes clearer in some of the other songs. This notion of being a figure so big that he can live forever. That'll be in the second album for sure. It's a very bleak view of the people around. Definitely. Yeah.
I think the lyric I remember most from this song is in the first verse. It's the land of the free lobotomy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, on one hand you have the America freedoms, and on the other hand you have the lobotomy, which is a way to really, desanitize people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just
Like
basically call them brain dead.
Sort of having the system control how you actually react and feel.
Mm-hmm. I think
So
Snow
on
has a
one,
good point that like these 4 lines are probably the like most telling of what the song is about. It's how you look, how you feel, a city of glass with no heart. I think that's it.
like having
Yeah, okay, this also annoyed me. Like, they've translated to that do run run. It's like, no, do run run. Like, run away. You won't get far. Well, lyric lyric realization is not perfect, but yeah. Do run run, you won't get far. I'm a machine, I'm obsolete in the land of the free lobotomy.
also a little fun fact. I believe the outro, where they just have the lyrics. If I had a tail, I'll learn the night, the a cappella stuff. I
Yeah.
believe that's Alex Turner from Arctic Monkeys singing.
Really?
Yeah.
I know that Arctic Monkeys, I think it's the AM album, was recorded at La Rancha Luna. So I'm not that surprised that, they're in close contact, but I didn't know that he was in that. That's cool.
Him and possibly Nick Olivieri, who also has collaborated on Queens of the Stone Age a lot, had been a band member basically. I don't know if he still is. Do you know if he still is?
Who? Olivieri?
Nick Olivieri.
I think he still is. There was a fallout in the band of somebody leaving, but that was not him.
Okay. Let me just look through. Oh, this is his last album actually.
Oh.
He left after this.
Oh. Well then, wait. Actually, let's quickly look. And then Queens of the Stone Age, because there was a band member fallout. Okay, this gets awkward now because Nick Olivier was fired from Queens of Stone Age by bandleader Josh Homme in 2004. So this is 9 years before this album, stemming from Homme's belief that Olivier was physically abusing his girlfriend.
Oof.
Oh, yeah, this will get important later.
Okay.
Woof. I mean, they might have figured it out 9 years later, but yeah, no, like, God, there's so many problematic relationships in the latter half of this whole thing. Woof.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, I misspoke earlier. This wasn't his final album. He was just part of the backing vocals, from what I can
Yeah,
see,
that
on
makes
this
that
specific
makes
track.
more sense. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Man, see, then it becomes interesting. Like, was he invited on this track because of the meaning behind the track? If he didn't like him? I don't think so, but that would be like a bitch move. It'd be like, hey, you're a shitty human being. Please come sing on this song about shitty human beings. Oh god. Let's go over to one of the biggest bangers of the of the album. My God is the Sun. That's the next one,
Yes.
right?
Yeah, it is.
Yes.
I believe that was the first single as well.
That will make sense if Joshua had a hard time believing anybody would listen to it. Because if you play this one, they'll be like, oh yeah, fuck yeah, dude. Queens of Stone Age, let's fucking go.
Pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's pretty rock, bruh.
Okay, I think this one is actually one that has the music video. So I don't know if we should pull that up instead.
Yeah, I definitely want to also take some of the music videos. So I'm just gonna jump over here and
Also, it's My God is the Sun.
God damn it. From afar.
God.
All right.
Caps, fine, I accept.
My God is the Sun.
God.
That's not my president. I didn't vote for him. That's not my king. I didn't vote for him. All right. Anywho, I think I'm ready.
Track 5. My God is the Sun.
I will also say now that first of all, if you watch all the like animated music video for this album, it's the same visual style and there are characters reoccurring again. So on your own time, just watch the videos because, well, if you like dark stuff, because this is kind of emblematic of the whole album. It's very dark visuals. Second of all, the fucking amount of tempo changes in this song hotwires my brain. I love it so much.
So good.
Mm-hmm. Just down, up, down, up. Damn. Good shit. Good shit. Good shit. What does the lyric say about this one? From a gun.
So I kind of looked something up about the title here.
Yeah.
Apparently, Josh Homme has stated that since his near-death experience on the operating table, he shifted his views, like overall world views, from Dionysian, the Greek god Dionysus. Hades reference.
I mean, Greek god reference.
Yeah.
Hey,
Homme,
Jaws.
nice cock.
Same brain.
Anyway, that he shifted his views from Dionysian, which is related to pleasure, heart, and impulsiveness, to Apollo, Apollonian or whatever, which is more of mind and dedication and creation of art. And that makes sense because Apollo is the god of the sun.
Yeah.
So that's his god now.
That's interesting, yeah, because during interviews, it's very clear that he still has some of that sort of Dionysian mindset. Like for the newest album, he has stated that he's been involved in creating like tailgate parties before concerts. So basically, people just barbecue off the back of their car and just hang out and listen to music before going to the concert because he wants that sort of like vibe of everybody are welcome here, just be weird and have a good time and have a party. But then it's also clear that the way that he kind of rescues himself is with creation and art. That's also what his band members feel like, that, you know, writing is what he needs to return to life. That's cool.
It's probably some of that Dionysian lifestyle that's, you know, it's probably accelerated the depressiveness that he feels.
Oh, most likely,
somewhat of a self-destructive lifestyle.
So good to be an ant who crawls atop a spinning rock. Man, it's so cool that I'm insignificant because my god is the sun. That's cool. That's good. God, I love being insignificant. So fucking ballin'. We ballin'. Whew. Yep. That's cool. Like he got that sort of like, you know, religious change out of it, which, you know, you hear of often, but him going from I'm gonna party to I'm gonna have this destructive creative force to be my muse. Like, well, you know, you had your religious experience in your Joshua Onion way, which I respect and love.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright. We're getting close to Fairweather Friends and Smooth Sailing and a pure music. Oh god, the latter half of this album is just no.
I think Smooth Sailing has been on my like top 10 ever songs for forever.
Yeah.
Since this album came out, but we'll get there.
We'll get there. Kalopsia is one of those where it's like, I honestly don't remember it, but at the second you play it, I'll be like, oh yeah.
It's one of those that I haven't really listened to a lot. Well, I've listened to it due to its place on the album, and I also believe in listening to albums from start to finish. But it's somewhat of an interlude, in my opinion.
Yeah, true. I mean, it's because the last 3 songs are just fucking bangers. Shnu also say that a good speech for post-stream is the one by Neil Gaiman. Make good art. Yeah, I think Neil Gaiman and Giorgio Armi will probably get along pretty well, just based on their the worldviews. But yeah, well, yeah, guess. All right, slap me up with some of that Kalopsia.
Yep. Traps. Trap. Track 6. Kalopsia.
Traps. Oh yeah, no, I remember this one.
Yep. That's Kalopsia.
That's Kalopsia. I will say, I think this song really emulates the feeling of shifting between a dream and a nightmare. And like
Hmm.
on the musical side, I feel like it hits that sort of like dream state very well. The
Oh yeah, the verses definitely like give you this sort of ethereal feel,
Mm-hmm.
somewhat. Yeah, just drifting.
God, okay. Copycats in cheap suits, all playing safe, while cannibals with their noose consume a parade. That isn't wonderful? Kalopsia. do 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 do. Yeah.
So I just looked up the etymology of Kalopsia because I didn't really know what it meant.
Yep.
The definition is the delusion of things being more beautiful than they are.
Fuck you. I mean that kind of hits initially here, just in the second part of the first verse. Rose
Yeah,
tinted eyes, color my
exactly.
sorrow. Yeah, so it's like you know what? I wasn't really that sad. I wasn't feeling that bad. It's like it was actually a good thing that I was sad. It's like no, it fucking sucks to have depression. You don't have to think it's good. It happened. Deal with it.
Yeah, and I actually, the shift between the instrumentals, between the verses and the chorus, it
Yeah.
actually feels like a dialogue between two persons.
Oh, you're not wrong.
The first part, the verses, that's Homie just being, I mean, it's not so bad, and then the second person's just, you need to fucking think of yourself.
That's true. Oh, I hmm. I kind
Just,
of I kind of want to listen to this song again with
I mean,
that
we
in
can do
mind.
it again.
Yeah, let's do it
We can do
again.
it. We can do it again and just think of it as a dialogue.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's a good way of like looking at it, because essentially it's like it's definitely a different character initially, because I never lie to myself. Like Joshua throughout the album would not say that.
Hmm.
Copycats in cheap suits are playing it safe while cannibals of bad news consume a parade. Okay, you know what? Let's listen to it one more time and then see if we can figure out what's going on here.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yippee! Again. I think you're completely right that it is like a two-voice dialogue,
It
like
really
an
feels that way.
internal one. Yeah, yeah, exactly. I mean, none of them are like good. Like for let's just call it the aggressive one. Clearly has some sort of like trying to ascertain some sort of superiority, like why the long face? You've got it all wrong. Forget the rat in the race. We'll choke chain them all. They'll run straight to hell, and we're better than that. And the other one is kind of just oblivious to what's going on. But I do feel like this question in the middle of the song, is it wonderful? This is trying to look at their own life, be like, is this good? Is this anything?
Yeah. I can definitely see that.
I definitely appreciate the song much more now.
Yeah. I guess that happens when you look at lyrics.
Oh my god, looking at lyrics makes you appreciate the songs more. Who the fucking funk it? Yippee!
So I feel like the quiet person here, the one from the verses, is trying to accept the life they have right now, like just live in the depression and the kind of gray feeling that they may have.
Mm-hmm.
While the other one takes a bit of an aggressive approach, of course, but he's more like, look inside, find out why you're feeling like this, and then do something about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like the verse persona, and I think it's exemplified very much here in Bye Bye Black Balloon, see you real soon. In like, I'm not sad now. It will return, but bye bye.
Yeah.
And then there is Joshua's fighting spirit trying to make him break out of this sort of romanticization of depression as an artist. Like, oh, you need to suffer to make art. It's like, no, you don't. That's a myth. You don't have to work with that. This rules.
This rules.
This rules.
Also, Trent Reznor.
Trent Reznor. Yeah, I mentioned like he's also been in many other collaborations. Really like this track. The dreamlike quality and multiple voice tone feels means your feeling and interpretation can change. But listen, yeah, like if I was at a different point in my life, I would have a different interpretation of what's going on here. Which that's the hallmark of a good strong song. It's that you can keep listening to it and you can keep changing your perception of it.
I also feel like depending on where you're on in your life, you may relate to one of the voices more than the other, and that may change depending on when you're listening to it.
Or at some point, just looking at both voices and being like, "What the fuck is wrong with you two? You're both wrong."
Is it wonderful?
Is it wonderful? Yep. All right, for the next two songs at least, I think it's important to reiterate that Joshua was feeling abandonment during his time at the hospital, because that's gonna be paramount in interpreting what's going on here. God,
Yeah.
I just had an idea of like how to interpret the ... like Clockwork. We'll get to that. Okay.
Oh, this is awkward. I haven't queued Fairweather Friends. Just a second.
God damn it, you and your Fairweather friendedness.
Shut up.
No, you should have. Is there anyone out there? Or am I walking alone? When I turn around and find out you were for the first rain
Okay.
call.
We're ready.
Nice.
Track 7.
Yippee!
Right?
Wait, yes.
Yes, 7.
Yes.
Fairweather Friends. Let's go.
Fairweather Friends. I love the ending of that song.
I don't give a shit about them anymore. Welcome in, Raiders.
We are currently doing a 3-album listening of Queens of the Stone Age, called the Matador Trilogy, and we're almost through the first album. To kind of catch people up, Joshua Ami, the lead singer and main lyricist of the band, he had a brief instance with death and 4 months in a hospital bed, followed by major depression, and that was the mindset he was in when he wrote this album. So it's a very dark album with some very dark themes of abandonment and also some good points of like finding new meaning in life, but that's kind of overshadowed by the dark aspects of this album, which will change for other albums. But for now, we're just listening through some things, and we were just listening to Fairweather Friends, a song about being abandoned by people you thought were your friends when you're in hardships. Hooray. What do you think about the song, Osmus?
I mean, it's really good. I really like it, and I feel like I'm repeating myself here, but I like it more when looking into the lyrics.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, there's some like powerful energy to just taking a song and giving it multiple listens with like different sort of attention to it. And currently, we are focusing a lot on the lyrics and the story behind what was the state of the artist when he wrote these pieces, and it does kind of change your perception of it. But
yeah, because I mean, coming from what I said earlier, I usually more of an instrumental guy, and at that point, yeah, this song is good. It's really good, but it's not really something I usually pay attention to. I'm more of a hard rock kind of guy, so it was the middle of the pack for me, but. You know, with the background of being betrayed by your friends and being left behind and just noticing who your true friends are at that point, I could definitely see myself hearing this more.
Yeah, I think the part that I really love in this song is close to the end, where he's kind of exactly, like he's trying to move himself away from the feeling of abandonment by these people who were not truly your friends. So don't let them in your head, these Fairweather friends. He's gonna pray for rain and again so that these friends will, these quote unquote friends will leave him alone. Like in that sense, it's kind of scary that what he's wanting is trouble and hard times in his life so that he will learn who his true friends are. Like that's sort of the interpretation of it, which is a scary way of thinking about, like, okay, how can I figure out who my real friends are? Well, if I just go into deep dark depression, I can finally figure it out. It's like, there must be a better way, my dude.
Yeah, I noted that line as well.
Yeah.
Thinking the exact same thing.
It's a bizarre point of view, but at some point it's like it's logical, but it's harmful. It's like, you know what? I can get rid of these snakes if I just end up in a bad place in my life. It's like, that's not the best way to look at it. Yeah.
I definitely feel like he was smack dab in the middle of that betrayal when he was writing the song.
Oh, definitely.
Just thinking, well, this sucks. I need to weed out these snakes, these gossips, these frauds. And well, I guess I'm depressed now. I can just keep getting depressed.
If I do
this kind of weird.
Look how hard I can be depressed. The thing is, there is a character in this song that I'm kind of confused of, like, how am I supposed to take this? Because he is asking for someone to return. Like, what's it gonna take to get you back into bed? Gossip, drugs, and snakes. They're just our best Fairweather friends. So the question is, one of these quote unquote Fairweather friends, were they somebody that he wish weren't and that they would return? Because then you have this like extra layer of self-deception to be like, no, they're Fairweather friends. This one person, they're not a Fairweather friend. I do wish that they would return though. But all the other ones, I don't care about those. Like that's if you get into that sort of territory, it starts to be like a even more dangerous song.
The thing, my interpretation of the "Get You Back in Bed" line, followed by the Fairweather Friends, was that one of his Fairweather Friends may have been a love interest.
Yeah,
And
I think that's
this may go back to the Brody Dell, which we will get to.
yeah, that's carrying the timeline. That might be one of them. But yeah, I think Snoo is also very correct. Like this way of looking at friends is dangerous and very self-centered because people might not always have time for you. People have their own lives. So saying that, oh, you weren't for me when I had the hardest time, um, you're just a fair weather friend. It's like, no, I had my own shit to deal with. I will be here when I can. It is a risky move, and it's a very self-centered view of it. If you're trying to look more than just the main person of the song, the guy singing. But I always felt like this is one of those songs that's like, if you've ever experienced this sort of, well, I say friendship, but just personal relationship, you can really understand this sort of like hurt feelings that are occurring. As like, how could you leave me the second I need you? Which is, I guess, what he's essentially asking people who left him during his time of darkness.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely nuanced because you have to take the other person into account as well. But at the same time, he was in a very bad spot.
He was in a very bad spot when this happened. I mean, I also feel like the ending of this song is also a good. I feel like it's the best way to end the song, to basically like why like for some of these Fairweather Friends might have actually been real people with their issues, and some of them are highly likely Fairweather Friends. So in the end, it's like, why am I spending all this energy thinking about these people who don't care about me? So part of that is valid, and some of it might be a bit more, self-centered. So there's definitely a mix into it, I think. Like, I don't give a shit about them anyhow. Which might also be dangerous, to be like, well, I didn't really care about these people either way, so they didn't hurt me. Haha. Dab while I cry. Yeah. This is just a complex song to read for good reasons. I mean, it's about, interpersonal relationships in trying times. And that's always, it's just always a messy situation.
It's always rough.
Yeah, but welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Hi Snowtwig. Hi Kieran. Always good to see you. Gwillem, hello. Hazmat D. How dare you? But thank you. Cool.
So final thoughts here, or just a few final fun facts. Elton John is singing on this track.
What? When?
Which I always the chorus. He's part of the choir or whatever.
I mean, it's kind of whenever it's like this very first famous person was a person you couldn't really distinguish from the crowd in one part of a song. I always think about I think it's the Concrete and Gold album from Foo Fighters, where I think it's T-shirt, where Justin Timberlake is on the chorus or the chorus for some reason. I think the story was that he was just in the studio that day. It was like, hey Justin, you want to lay some tracks? Like, yeah, sure, I can do that. It's like, why are you in here?
The times when you're down on the floor and hear a homie in a similar spot crying out for attention, and you're like, bruh.
Yeah, it's like I am equally down here. Maybe we can just hold hands and be down.
Yeah. Okay, are we ready to party?
Yeah, let's get some smooth sailing. Smooth sailing is epitomized of having sunglasses on and crying.
This song is my jam.
This song fucking rips. All right.
Okay. This one has a music video, by the way.
Ooh. in that case,
So you wanna put that up?
Crep, this is how you absolutely learn to love an album, is by learning the history and then looking at each. Like, it takes so long to absorb an album this way, but it makes it so that you love this album for the rest of your life.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we good?
Yep, smooth sailing, baby. Thumbs
Smooth
up.
sailing, baby. Track 8, let's go.
This is the one I mentioned earlier, like him just with Japanese businessmen. I fucking love this one.
I don't think I've seen this actually.
Oh, you're gonna have a time now.
It's gonna be an experience.
if there's ever been a song that crystallizes the concept of self-delusion, this is the one.
Party till you drop.
It's like, hey, I'm feeling really sad. What about taking a bajillion drugs and drinking and just partying and just pretend that I'm fine?
Yeah. So, is there anything in this song other than just, yeah, party?
I'm trying to think, but I really think this is just peak. I am okay. Narrator, he is not okay. Just yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's so many things. Like, I've always loved the line, "Make a mountain of a molehill if the molehill is mine." I am so many quotation marks. Okay. Like, make a big deal of a small deal, but only if it's my small deal. Like, there is so much self-delusion and egocentrism loaded into the song, and the video is just amazing. And I've always loved this video. First of all, it's interesting because if you look through most of the other like videos made for this album, they have their own distinct style. This is, as far as I remember, the only one that has like real life Joshua, and they just made it in this perfect encapsulation of like, I'm fine. No, I'm not. Just partying with Japanese people and ending the night by burying the corpse because you were tripping bad. I'm a little bit nonchalant, my dear.
Also, I just get really like rigid downstairs whenever the line "I blow my load over the status quo" comes up. I love that line.
I fucking love that line. And yet each time I hear a Kotze song, it sounds like every other Kotze song to me, so I don't even hear the lyrics, and I find it real hard to get past that. I feel like that really depends on which era of Queens of Stone Age you kind of got into it. Because I will say, I have a hard time distinguishing songs from the album Rated R. When it comes to Lullabies to Paralyze, I remember each separate song, but I will say they have the same sort of musical, like, it's a very, like, similar musical style. I will say when we get into the second album, it's gonna flip flop a lot, but I think that's partially one because Joshua was in a completely different place, and also Mark Ronson, the DJ and electronic music guy, he was like one of the producers, so it's a very much more funky experience. But yeah, like if you like good lyrics to songs, study Queens of the Stone Age, because Joshua is very good at writing poignant and funny and complex lyrics with very few words. And I think there's also
those,
yeah, go on.
Sorry, go ahead.
We'll get to it at the third album, but there was an interview where he said like, "Oh yeah, I had a real hard time writing some of these lyrics, and then once in a while I just write something like like jism-risms and stuff like that." And I feel like that's in the same area of like, I blow my load over the status quo. That's just a good line.
I feel sort of the same for "If reason is priceless, there's no reason to pay for it."
Yeah,
it's a bit earlier, but that's a good line as well, really.
I feel like there's a lot of like good poignant lines in this one. Yeah, okay. Passed it? Okay.
It's just.
Oh yeah, if reason is priceless, there's no reason to pay for it. Yeah. I noticed this one. Fear is the hand that pulls your string, a useless toy, pitiful playthings. Like, wrapping it up with the pitiful playthings is just, it's an alliteration that kind of sums it up. A pitiful plaything. I really like this song. I got bruises and hickeys, stitches and scars. Got my own theme music plays wherever I am. It's all smooth sailing from here on out.
Just imagine having your own theme music,
Just
like playing
imagine.
wherever you go.
Yeah. I feel
Like
when
walk
you're
into
that
a room.
when you're taking that many drugs and drinking that much, you probably do have one.
Just protagonist syndrome.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, protagonist syndrome. Do you mean make a mountain of a molehill if the molehill is mine?
Definitely.
Yeah. I'm a little bit nonchalant, but I dance. Cool. I think I'm ready to get depressed again with appear missing.
Oh no. Oh, that's so depressing.
Yeah, that was like smooth sailing. That's the song before the last two ones, and I feel like it's always the last two songs of the album that kind of brings you back down again. But the third last one, that's kind of needs to lift you up a bit. That was the one. Now we're getting back down to it.
The exact opposite of Darkest Before the Dawn. Let's go! Okay. So this is track 9?
Yes,
nine,
it
yes.
should be.
I appear missing. Let's
Yes.
go.
I would say so. This song has like a description I've always loved. For
You also highlighted that, I see.
except for like okay, so prisoner on the loose description: a spinning image of me, except for a heart-shaped hole where the hope runs out. That, I mean, to me, that's always been read as a feeling of that sort of disassociation between seeing a part of yourself you don't understand, and it's like, is this me? Have I lost something? That can't be me. That's a different thing. And it's just that visual description of this is me, but the heart has been wrenched and the hope is draining out. Clearly a kingdom. Did someone say the door of darkness?
So, shut up, Snoop.
Sora! Gorsh!
This is supposed to be a depressing album, guys.
Oh, it certainly is. Like, going from smooth sailing into a song that has the lyrics, prison of sleep, deepened now, a rabbit hole never to be found. Like, he is like, I'm gone. Like, you can't... I'm gone.
Can I read something real quick?
Yeah, in the
I found
meantime, let me grab Snoo and kick him outside.
Yeah, so just listen to this. Josh has said in interviews that for a while after he was brought back following his surgery complications, he felt like he had lost something inside of him. It also carries the implication that the real him is forever stuck in the coma, and that the self that woke up is just an incomplete copy missing its heart.
Holy shit.
Yes, it's dark. He also said that this greatly hindered his creativity. That's sick.
That's, I mean, as I mentioned before, he was considering just straight up not doing music anymore after the hospital implications. So it kind of makes sense. I mean, he definitely, like, if you listen to Era Vulgaris, which is the album beforehand, and then to this one, it's a completely different Josh that's writing these things. Like, he became way more dark and emotional, like right after that incident.
Dionysian versus Apollonian.
Yeah,
thing
exactly.
Again. Going from party Josh to considerate Josh, or what you can say.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, I mean, yeah, it comes here, like, pieces were stolen from me, but dare I say, given away. So, I mean, that's, there is still some sort of reflection in it, I can see. This is an interesting, I mean, this is also definitely one of the very emotionally loaded songs that will take some time to, like, unravel. Yeah. Because, you know, there are multiple interpretations to this. Like, is this actually a good thing that he lost this part of him? Because he's, you know, he's finding a new way of living his life from going away from this very hard rocker mentality of sex, drugs, and rock and roll, and he might actually find new meaning and understanding in creating to ascertain meaning. So the question is, like, is he leaving something behind? And then this sort of dichotomy of, like, he's sensing the changing, and changing is scary. So, you know, there is definitely conflict going on here.
I mean, it definitely feels like, you know, he knows that he's lost a part of himself that he now needs to fill out with something else, with the more, you know, with other friendships and connections, and basically another way of living.
Yeah, I will say one thing that always stuck to me when listening to this song comes in this part here, where it's like, with my toes in the edge, it's such a lovely view, which is already, knowing his mental state, this line, terrifying.
Yes, absolutely.
And then, I never loved anything until I loved you. I always looked at that and be like, why is he saying anything and not anyone? So it might like one interpretation is kind of the potentially crude one of being like, oh, he's not looking at people as people, so that's why he calls them things. But the other darker interpretation is that he never loved anything. Like he didn't even love his own life. He didn't even love the sex, drug, and rock and roll that he was going through. He didn't
Just
love
existed.
anything until this person. I feel like you can do both of them, but yeah, both of them hurt.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think one is more necessarily more accurate than another.
No.
It's just the way the line is formulated.
Mm-hmm. I also think that the lines here are slightly miswritten because I seem to remember it being different in this part, but yeah, might be. Do you understand the feeling of being fractured? That was he's trying to evoke. Yeah, the periods when you have to re-ask, like, who am I exactly? Being stuck in bed
Yeah,
for so long. Yeah, the 4 months of deep sickness and stress. Imagine being super stressed, sick, and just bedridden for 4 months.
As he says, pinned like a note in a hospital gown.
Yep.
He's just like stuck.
He is desperate to just get out of this. Hello, Paula. We're getting close to the end of the most depressing album. And then we'll go over to him realizing there are things in life that's worth loving. And then we get to the third album.
Jeez.
Yeah.
One final note from me from this is in the, I think it's the pre-chorus. There's a line there that's basically relatable for anyone, regardless of mental state. The one, I think it's called One Day, I go missing, no longer exist. One day, I hope I'm someone you'd miss. Like, at a certain person, everyone's gotta die, and we all hope that we'll be missed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Kind of feel that.
Yep. Yeah, this is also why I said, like, I think there's some things wrong here because it should be I'm someone you'd miss, not met, which is the lyrics here.
That's miss.
Yeah, exactly. It's like I go missing, no longer exists. One day I hope I'm someone you'd miss. It's like, but yeah, it's powerful. Snoo, I think that is very correct. He definitely sounds like a dude who's been avoiding things for a long time. As far as I understand, he has been avoiding things the most of his life. he has been, you know, deep entrenched. He's lost people. He's been having to fight for people in his life, and he's never really like. Again, it's the thing. He saw a new way of living, which is not a way of sex, drug, and rock and roll, but as an artist, which is interesting. Going from this song, I'm like, what is like Clockwork? Like, how do we wrap up this album? Which is also probably a question that Joshua had. Like, how do I not make this a horrible experience for everyone? This is why we can't end on this song. We need like Clockwork to kind of wrap things up.
Yes.
But for the death of me right now, I do not remember how it goes.
Well then, let's just get into it.
Yippee!
Like Clockwork. Final track.
Yippee! Oh yeah, okay, now I fucking got. Okay, you know what? I think for this one, if you could just like pause for a moment, I will go over to the piano for this one. It seems fitting. Puffling, hello.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Sounds like he filled the void with Rockstar Life, so he didn't have to confront it. Yep, that's true. Bedridden, not able to. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that is most likely what happened. And also, the previous song of Fairweather Friends is essentially like he didn't even have his Rockstar friends to kind of keep him company, which makes sense. He was in a hospital bed for a a multiple resistant bacterial strain. So I'm pretty sure he was under tight lockdown, not to be met with people. So he was just. I think for the first time in a very long time, Joshua was alone. And then this happened. This was created. Which, I'm happy about because it's a good way for me to reflect on my own internal life, seeing this man go through it. I'm getting teary-eyed now. Let's wrap up this album with a thing. I'm probably gonna start crying, and we're gonna take a break after this. But yeah,
Let's do it.
fucking hit it. remember when I said we probably shouldn't end on I Appear Missing because that's very depressing. And then I forgot that the last line of the album is one thing that is clear, it's all downhill from here.
Oof.
Yeah, no, this is clearly Joshua at the most depressed state, but it's like not self-destructive, it's just deep, like an infinite sadness that has like set into him. Most of what you see, my dear, is purely for show. Holding on too long is just a fear of letting go. One thing that is clear, it's all downhill from here. It is a beautiful song, but it is... I wouldn't... No, not but. It is a beautiful song, and it is seeped in sadness. Defeated is a good word, I would say.
Yeah, it's... It really feels hopeless.
Mm-hmm. Most of what you see, my dear, is worth letting go. That self-image is so bleak. Mm-hmm. Just like, hey, the thing that you're seeing in front of me, this person that I am, you can probably, be without most of it. I was like, wow.
Yeah, not everything that goes around comes back around,
Nope.
Everything is temporary.
Mm-hmm.
There's no reason to form any bonds or get attached to anything because it goes away.
Mm-hmm. It's all downhill from here. Man, I'm just thinking about the first track of the next album. I'm like, well, this is gonna be a very different tone. What did I walk into? Hi, Benry. We're going through a trilogy of Queens of Stone Age album, and this is the first one that we just finished. And this is a man who's depressed. That's the short version of the story. Am I upside down? A little bit. Okay, you know what? What I will say, let me prep the next album, and then we'll take like a little break because I do have to go pee and I would like a cup of coffee, and I need to mentally steel myself. So this was 2013, like Clockwork. Everybody was kind of worried about Joshua at this point. But he kept working.
Why?
Well, I don't know why. I mean, everything's downhill from here. It's fine. The next album is Villains from 2017. We will get around to why it's called Villains, but that's fine. I think the only thing that I need to kind of preface this album is kind of setting up Brody, his wife. I won't go through the whole thing because that's only going to be fun when we get to the last album.
Actually, can I interject real quick?
Yes, please.
Before we finish talking about like Clockwork,
Mm-hmm.
do you have any thoughts on the title? Because that never really, I never really thought a lot about that.
So my interpretation of the song and the album title have for a long time been that. I mean, and here I'm speaking from my own experience. Like at some point, you can kind of set your mood swings like clockwork. So this depression you're feeling, it might get away, but damn if you don't know, like clockwork, it's gonna be back. That's always been my interpretation of being like, I might get out of this I might get out of this depressive state I'm in right now, but it will return, which I feel is kind of simplified throughout the album. That he is showing that he is fighting, especially in the Kalopsia track, but it always returned back to this feeling of like, it's all downhill from here. Like I'm not gonna get away from it.
I can see that definitely. He also, I get that from the Black Balloon line, and I think that was Fairweather Friends as well.
Black Balloon, that was Kalopsia.
Kalopsia, yeah, okay. Wave bye to the Black Balloon. See you again soon.
Yeah.
You will return. We all know that.
That's always been my understanding of like what like Clockwork is. Which you can also say, I mean, that also fits the line, like, because not everything that goes around comes back around, you know. I mean, then again, I don't know. I mean, that's always been my interpretation, but it's never. I don't feel like that interpretation is super clear. I don't think he wants to make that clear. But that's kind of how I got around to how I understand the album title.
Yeah, I can definitely see that.
All right.
But yes, setting up villains.
Yips. So villains 2017. So 5 year between, and that's kind of a stable for these Queens of Stone Age album that there's like a 5 year period. So to understand like a character that will occur a lot in villains, we need to talk a little bit about his family life. First time he met Brody Daly was in that was a what's it called, like a festival. He was 23, she was 17. That was the first time they met. She was like the girlfriend of some band member. They reconnected after 7 years later. So that's like first contact was like during this sort of like rock and roll style, which is like, you know what, fine, that's what it is. And then they reconnected 7 years later. At this point, Daly had separated with her boyfriend at that time, who is somebody called Tim Armstrong from the band Rancid. Hami has said that he have received several death threats from fans of Armstrong and Rancid because of this relationship. They got married in 2005, so a lot of the like I've loved you, all these notions in like Clockwork, those are often considered to be interpreted to be like his love for his wife. And at the same time, he like in this period he's also gotten 2 children, and there are, if I remember, there are 2 songs where his children and his relationship to them and how he think of himself as a father becomes very strong in that, which is interesting because it was not really present during like Clockwork. Like there's no concept of fatherhood throughout this album as far as I know. But it becomes way more important in Villains because, as we'll soon learn, Villains is an album of returning back to life after depression. And I feel like that's the main part of Villains. As far as I understand it currently, it might change when we start looking into the lyrics a bit closer. That might be like, oh wait, no, he's still pretty fucking sad. But we'll get to that, I guess. In the meantime, I'll just get up the lyric side. But I'm gonna jump off the rock and I'm gonna go pee and I'm gonna go get some coffee. Yes?
For the final part before the break,
Yeah.
I suggest we watch the teaser just so we don't end on the lowest of low notes.
Oh, that's a good point. That's also a good teaser.
Yeah.
Do you have it ready on Watch Together?
I have it ready, yes.
Oh, you scamp. All right. Yeah, so everybody was like, hey, is Joshua okay? And then when he teased the new album, this is what they were met with.
It's so good.
It's so good to receive this trailer at like as like, oh, the next Queens of Stone Age album. The last one was pretty fucking bummer. What are we gonna do? Well, we're gonna have Mark Ronson in, and we're just gonna be the smoothest fuckers ever, and that will kind of be seeping through most of the album, which I really enjoyed this album. But yeah, let's
I feel
slap
like
on.
it's a very good teaser. Just saying,
Mhm.
do you like to dance?
Do you like to dance? Well, yes, I do.
But
I will be honest. I was kind of emulating Joshua Army when I made this one. Be like, yes, I do.
Yeah.
Little smooth fucker.
Can I just can I pause the video just on his face?
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect.
You want that as like the pause screen?
Why not?
Yeah. In the meantime, I'll just see if I can like quickly die here for a moment. There we go.
I may be able to stop it when he's blinking. That could
Ooh.
be amazing.
Blink.
Wink.
Okay, we'll just do okay, little short intermission as I pee and get a cup of coffee, and I suggest you also get a cup of coffee or a cup of pee and run the ads.
Muting.
Muting. Vibrating. When you. Hey, Crib and V, why are you flirting? You know what? While I'm waiting for Rasmus, I'm just gonna make sure that you two can just hash it out in the background. There we go. All right, yoink. I'm gonna put you over in the bar, and you can kind of just. I'll put you in the date corner. There we go. Put Creb here. I mean, I will be looking at you while it's occurring, so no funny business. And yoink. There you go. Da 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 da. Boop. There you go. Have fun, you two. Well, your almost daughter is flirting with you, so maybe you need to talk to your daughter, Set her straight. I don't know.
Ooh,
or set her gay, I don't know.
That's raunchy.
Best of luck, Noon, with the car lurking. Mommy, sorry, mommy, sorry, mommy, sorry, mommy, sorry, mommy. Yeah, Noon said it, but I will also let you know. You're doing a great job, and I love having you here. Thank you for being my showrunner.
Thank you, man.
I've been
Appreciate
looking
it.
forward to this stream for a long time.
Yeah, me too.
Mm-hmm. It's even at the point now where I'm like, do I need to do more like this? Because I'm having a lot of fun. Like, the problem is Queens of the Stone Age and these 3 albums are like the 3 that I know the best, so I don't know which other bands to go for.
I mean, we're starting out setting the bar really high.
Yeah, that's the thing. I guess you might be able to, we might be able to set something up for Muse, because I know that we both have a love for that.
Definitely.
Mm-hmm. I know also Shnu also has a lot of music that he really enjoys, and we've also been talking about music for a bit, so it might also be interesting to have Shnu in.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is that we're focusing a lot on the lyrics for Queens of the Stone Age here, and I sort of feel like we have to look far and wide for other bands that give this level of thought.
Yeah, I mean
in the lyrics.
It definitely makes sense to kind of tailor it to the band, because I'm not gonna talk shit about Muse and their lyrics, but I feel often for Muse it's government bad.
Yeah, it feels sort of cheesy most
Yeah.
of the time.
I like their music, but their lyrics is like I don't come to this band for the lyrics. When it comes to Joshua and what he touches, then it's like, let me dissect the words, please.
But Renee, they have this song called "We Are Fucking Fucked." Oh my god, it's so deep.
Don't get me started on that fucking song. I mean, yeah, the government is bad, and air is nice when it's clean. Like, say something interesting, for fuck's sake.
I mean, they literally have an album called Drones. Like, oh my god, we are all drones.
They are so deep.
But holy shit, the music is good though.
Yeah, that's why we listen to them.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's definitely bands out there. I mean, what could be interesting is taking one of the desert sessions and kind of just use it as a way to look at other bands and what they do. So it might not be a focus on the character and the band, but more like how do we encapsulate this one song and this story?
Yeah, that would also be somewhat of a first listen for me. I think I have heard the Desert Sessions before, but not only once or twice, really.
Oh, yeah, like 11, 12 is the ones I've heard definitely the most. And then I think I heard 9 and 10, and then I haven't heard more. So it would be interesting to go in. Yes, the
humongous dark, voids.
Yep, those ones. It's just a big hole. Yeah, when
just nothing.
when
Then
Muse sings
smash.
about holes, it's supermassive black holes, and when Queens of the Stone Age sings about holes, it's expensive holes to bury things. It's like, well, that's two different ways of looking at holes.
Like one plane is just this big,
Big.
and other it's big but also depressing.
One is like big sad.
Another is just big.
Yeah. But like again, super
I need to see these guys live again.
I need to see this guy alive again in my bed. Sorry, Daddy, Daddy, what? Okay, so I can already see that. A thing I have to reiterate is that Joshua is of Californian descent, if I remember correctly, and he has had a lot of like musical upbringing in what we like to call weird desert vibes. I think the owner of Rancho de la Luna, which is the recording studio he's been very prevalent in, describes the place as weird but functional. Because I can already see the first lyric is "I was born in the desert, 17 and 70." I mean, this is fine. This is 5 years past Joshua in that point, his lowest, darkest state. So he got better, and he wrote an album about it. But there's also like realization that he's gonna die, and what sort of legacy is he leaving behind. So we're not absolved from sadness. We'll get there, but do you have anything you want to preface before we go into the album?
No, I don't think so. Just, if you have some space near your computer, whatever you're listening to, watching this stream on, just, make some space.
Yeah.
Prepare to move.
Prepare to schmear.
Prepare to shake whatever is shakeable.
Yes.
So, first track from Queens of the Stone Age, Villains, from 2017. Feet Don't Fail Me.
Isn't Feet Don't Fail Me now? Or
just Feet Don't Fail Me.
Ah, cool. I think I mentioned...
And we're on.
And we're on! I think I mentioned this a lot of times, but... this is a strong start to the album. Like, it sets the tone perfectly if you know the story of the albums behind them. Because he is honest about the fact that he has one foot in the gutter. He is aware that he's still depressed at times, but he also has one in the clouds, and he just hopes that he can keep on moving. Like, it sets the tone perfectly in just the first, like, half second, or the first half minute of the track. It says, this is what this is about. It's like,
Absolutely. So a few facts for this song, which I just looked up. So apparently this track was written in collaboration with Iggy Pop.
Yes, that's
I
also...
don't know if you know, but
I was about
Iggy
to say,
Pop released...
I
Yeah,
did
go ahead.
have notes about it, because between Like Clockwork and Villains, Joshua was a huge part of Iggy Pop's album Post-Pop Depression, so it doesn't surprise me that Iggy Pop was part of it. And if you don't know Iggy Pop, at this point, at 2017, he is the epitome of a rock star that is still alive despite his actions. Like, he's
Actually,
taken
can you just pull up a picture of Iggy Pop just to...
yeah, just kind of get
Just-
some Iggy Pop post-pop depression.
just show the guy. I mean, I'm astounded that he's still alive.
Let me see if I can find a good one. I mean, this also puts into perspective, like, this is from that time. But he's just his fucking vacant stare. Fucking next to Joshua.
Yeah. Every time he performs live, he always does so shirtless, and that's disregarding the fact that he's like 70. And just, yeah, as Puff says, he looks like he's melted.
Yep. But I mean, it is clear from interviews that Joshua idolizes Iggy by the fact that he's still just 100% himself. It was also in that interview I sent you, which is kind of something that was released together with the newest album, In Times New Roman. But Joshua was retelling a story where him and Iggy, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but him and Joshua and Iggy, they went to like a restaurant and to eat steak, and Iggy was just shirtless. And the waiter was like, sir, you need to put a shirt on. And Iggy wasn't dramatic about it. He was just like kind of nonplussed, like, oh, sure, I'll put on a shirt. Like, just going into this, like, one of the fanciest restaurants in New York, shirtless, eating a steak, because that's what he wanted to do. And the second that somebody pointed out, like, hey, this is kind of weird, he just, reined it in. And this is the kind of person that he idolizes, which makes a lot of sense.
He was just like, oh yeah, I guess this is weird.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah. It's just his life, really. Just the way he struggles along.
God, I should re-listen to Post-Pop Depression. I haven't heard that in a long time. I think it could be interesting to re-listen it with like some new fresh takes on it. I remember I was like, it's all right. But I didn't. I think I listened to it like twice, and then I was like, yeah, it's fine. We'll see.
But yeah, going back to the fact that Iggy wrote most of the song, I found a paragraph from an interview with Josh where he said, we just felt like we had enough songs done in enough time. This is about writing post-pop depression, by the way. We just felt like we had enough songs done in enough time that it didn't ever get fully formed. And in fact, Iggy wrote the lyrics, "Feet don't fail me now." So I said, is it cool that I just use that song and take that lyric? And he said, go for broke. so that's the story behind this one.
Nice. I don't fucking care. Oh,
Yeah,
this is a good image. There it is. This just smoldering Joshua next to this fucking deranged old skinny man. Holy shit.
God, he wears a jacket of leather. But it's skin.
Just really moisturized leather.
Just skin jacket. Man, I hate those words.
Just a good old skin jacket.
Jacket.
But yeah,
The Bloodborne protagonist for a speedrun. I can see that.
I will say, like, it's not necessarily like the most insightful lyric that I'm highlighting here, but I always just like the wordplay in "to be so civilized, one must tell civil lies," which it's kind of emulating like the realize, but it's more intelligent, but not much more intelligent than that. It's like, yes, if you want to be in civilization, sometimes you need to lie. Like, yeah, I fucking know, but he just says it in such a fun way.
Yeah, I guess that again leads back to the fact that he just plays with words in a way that you don't really see that often.
Yeah. A bard, right, and a bard who multiclass as a sorcerer left. I feel like warlock maybe. It's like he made a deal with something. Good old Iggy.
Definitely. I want to highlight the lyric just before the one you talked about actually. The one where he says, "I chase brake lights and dust ad nauseum, driven feelings I cannot hide." So, from what I can see, he's actually told in interviews that he spoke of the need to chase whatever force is driving him to write and record music. So those are the feelings that he cannot hide. He's driven by those that he needs to keep writing.
Yeah, I feel like that also kind of came up earlier. Yeah, like essentially that this feeling that you're mentioning here, Joshua writes up here that basically since he was 17, this is something that he has been aware of. 17 and 73, when the needle hit the groove, I commenced moving. I was chasing what was calling me. Feet don't fail me now.
Yeah. I mean, he stated a few times in interviews that he finds it easier to convey feelings and communicate through music as opposed to any other medium. I mean that's what he's chasing, and actually, from what I can see here, he said that meeting and recording with Iggy Pop, he felt like he had, quote, touched the bumper.
Aww.
So that's so wholesome.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a Joshua he's doing better.
Absolutely.
Which is, he was down, so it's not hard to get up from there. Or it's not hard to see a lighter place. It's hard to reach it, but it's not hard to see, like, okay, I can get to a better space than what I am in right now. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good opener for the album and kind of sets the tone for like what state is he in right now, at least at this point. I feel for the next one we definitely need the video.
I have the video queued.
Sick. I'll just do that and I'll change over here. So next track is
The way you used to do.
The way you.
So yeah, let's just jump right in.
Cool. I honestly have like this song has always been weird to me. Like also the presentation of it. Um,
Hmm.
yeah, and Snoo kind of points out like the visual and costume changes and just like the the tooth sparkle with the shine effect. Like it's so weird because just the repeating lyric of the song is the way you used to do. So it's a song about something lost, and he is talking about Dolly in this one because he talks about
Yeah.
how he met her when she was 17, and that's Dolly. So it's like I don't love you the way that I used to do, and then just combined with this visual, it's such a weird, deranged, like combination, and it's just it's and we'll kind of get into it. It is a complex thing that's happening between them, but it's just yeah, it's such a weird thing, but I really, really, really like this song. Let me see if I can find the lyrics so we can pick things apart.
It's definitely it's definitely a party vibe, but you know, concerning a much more serious matter.
Somewhere in the middle between Drag Race and Bollywood. Yeah. I mean, we can just. Okay. Imagine you write a song about your wife, and the first lines are when I first met her, she was 17. Jump like an arsonist to a perfect match, burned alive. It's like, uh oh. Ooh, there's gonna be something here. Girl, we outrun everyone. Like this is a song trying to tease apart their relationship, and it's yeah, there is this sinister, deranged vibe going on. Is love mental disease or lucky fever dream? Fine with either. I do love this line though, which if I ever get children, this is what I'll tell them. Gave birth to monsters who will terrorize normalcy. It's like, fuck yeah, that's the kind of kid I want.
Yeah, I was thinking that I'm not sure how I would feel with my dad basically singing that in a very party-esque song, but yeah, do it.
If the world exploded behind us, I never notice if it done. Let nobody dare confine us. I'll bury anyone who does. Like this is a deranged song about the madness of love and the weird I mean, oh boy, when this album is done, we're gonna fucking talk very quickly about what the fuck is going on in his marital life. But yeah, this will set tone for for a lot of it. But also, as I mentioned, like this album is the first time where you get some sort of sense of fatherhood from good old Joshua, and he has interesting takes when it comes to it.
Actually, when did he become a father? Like Clockwork and Villains, or before that?
I wouldn't be surprised if it was I think 12 maybe was the first kid. Let's do a quick check just to kind of get the timeline straight. Oh yeah, that's right. The names are kick-ass. He had a daughter named Camille Harley Joan Ami, born in 2006, and two sons named Oren Ryder Ami in 2011, and Wolf Dylan Reese Ami, 16. So
Yeah, that's good.
so 6, 11, and 16. So put that into timeline. That means that like Clockwork, at that point he had a kid who was 7 as his oldest. Yeah, but there's no mention of kids in like Clockwork, which is he he was in a bad space.
His mind was in another place at that point.
Yeah, and then 17, he's kind of getting into being a father, which it's kind of 11 years later, but we got there. Well, no, that was when the album came out, so Whoa.
But yeah, definitely. As Shnu puts it, a sinister, deranged love song. Just look at the lyric from from the start of the third verse, like, yeah, exactly that. My heart a ding-a-ling, a puppet on a string.
But
Like,
that's
he's-
life. Yeah.
Yeah, he's completely submissive.
Let nobody dare confine us. I'll bury anyone who does. Like, yeah. And then at the same time, this line it comes up again and again. Just come and love me like the way you used to do. So this sort of idea of I will burn down the world of anyone who stands in behind us, but also could you just love me the way you used to do? It's like it is deranged in a very interesting way.
Like it's evolved past a point where it just went from possibly normal love to insane love.
Yup.
Yes.
But yeah, I really want to see the video because I always felt like the way that he danced was kind of symptomatic of this sort of deranged energy the song had. It's just like when some of the close-ups to his face, I don't know if we can like scrub through it and see if we can get like a close-up of his face, but it's like it seems like he is feverish.
Yeah.
Do I like to fan of the band? So there are other songs that simplifies or just yeah, that one, some of those.
Excellent. I mean, he's going all in here.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's a
good
fucking
one.
good frame. Yeah, I think this song is predominantly, as far as I understand it, the relationship between him and Dolly. His relationship to his children will come later in one of the most emotional songs, not only of this album, but probably all three of them. But we'll get to that. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like I've said what I wanted to say about this one.
A small story from Homie as well, because this was the first song he wrote for Villains. So he's recalling, and I quote, "We were actually on tour at the end of the last record, and I had this. I was setting up a home studio, and I thought, well, I should test it, make sure it works, because I don't make demos, because I just don't believe in them. But I said, we'll test it, and I just wrote that thing and came up with the song, and I liked it so much, I was like, I can't listen to this, because I don't want to get sick of it. So I didn't listen to it for a year and a half, but I knew it was there, and sometimes would go, you know, and I thought, oh, I can't even, I won't sing it. And then I played it for the guys once, and I think the immediate reaction is a great litmus test for if something is good or not. And everyone, I just put it on in the room and didn't do anything. And within a few seconds, everyone is like, what's this? And I was like, great. Okay, great. So I'm not going to listen to this for the next year, and that's great. And that was the song. That's how it was made.
Damn.
Find it kind of cool.
I mean, God, he's like the picture perfect, like cool rock star who has a self-destructive bone in his body. No, when did they get married? So, let me see. He met Brody Dolly when he was 23, but they didn't reconnect until like 7 years later. So,
I think,
Dolly
They got married in 2005, so that was when Dolly was 26.
Mm-hmm. And he would have been like 30?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. About.
A bit above 32, I think.
Mm-hmm. So that's also a thing to put into perspective. This is 12 years into their relationships, or into their marriage, essentially.
Yeah.
God, this is a good frame. But yeah, as we've said a couple times, there is like a deranged energy to this one.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
So the next one?
Yes.
Unless you have more to add.
Nah, Domesticated Animals. Fortress is the one that's gonna be sad. And Hideaway. Holy shit, also Hideaway. This sneaky bastard kind of... Okay, well, we'll move on. Domesticated Animals.
Enjoy the high energy while we can.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, third track, Domesticated Animals.
I don't Oh, yeah, there it is. Did you know that the last two lines, that's Dave Grohl screaming in on it?
Ah, yeah, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I can hear it now in retrospect.
Yeah, exactly. It's like when you know, it's like, oh yeah, that's Dave Grohl.
Yeah, definitely.
Man, this was always a song. It's like, I love some of the lyrics, but I don't really know like how to interpret it. I feel especially like this section, the pauses he make to finish his sentence and thereby changing the whole meaning. I love it, especially like the beat the kids to the punch. So
Yeah.
it's just it's such a
He had
clever
us in the
line.
first half.
Yeah. And even in the second line, using the word punch in that context. Because if you take it to the completion, it's like, oh, I arrived to the point before the kids, but it's beat the kids, excuse me, to the punch, and also you got hard, I'll have it for lunch. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, perish, baby, perish the thought. I was like, oh, that's cool. It's like, it gets me every time. It's like,
Yeah, so this is one I also have a bit of a weird relationship with because, as you say, I feel like it's hard to translate into any meaning because I feel like it's a lot of words, but the context or the pattern in which they are said doesn't really make a lot of sense. I did, however, find a live video of Josh before playing this where he says that it's about domesticated animals. Animals, they were once wild, but they are forcibly tamed, playing dead, forced to do stuff that they wouldn't do naturally otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe someone's taming you, forcing you down, forcing you to play dead.
Yeah.
Let's not do that.
And I think that a lot of like the interpretation can come from like this section. Pretty pets once were wild. Domesticated love slave, give us a smile. You got a number, is it the same? Who do you belong to, you feral or tame? Probably tame.
Yeah, precisely.
Mm-hmm.
Go
ahead.
Repeating the line you said earlier with "You've got heart, I'll have it for lunch."
Mm-hmm.
That's probably from the point of view of the tamer, the one pulling you down.
Ooh, yeah, true.
Yeah, you're a wild guy. Let me just put you down.
Mm-hmm.
You're mine now.
We can see the connection to the idolization of Iggy Pop here. I feel so too. I also feel like there is potentially some sort of internal conflict of, he kind of needed to become a new person after the previous album, and this might be some sort of internal rebellion against this, because he might not be, he has kids now. So that might potentially change what happens to him, and this might be some sort of fight back against that concept of he is being domesticated by the fact that he's getting kids. Which I'm only doing this interpretation because I know exactly which song is next, and I feel like before going into that song, we need to take this song and wind it back a little bit. Wind it back a little bit to after Dizzy, we all fall down, because then the strings come in and that goes straight into the next song. So I feel like that is necessary to understand this song, is those two together.
Yeah, and actually considering where this is in the album, it's also right after the song about insane love.
Yeah.
So this one, you're now a love slave.
Yep.
It's the evolution of the relationship.
I'm kind of starting to realize that where the first album was 100% an internalization and trying to understand, yourself and what you're becoming after this transformative event, this is now an album about the relationship that he is finding himself in. So it's much more looking out and the connections between people. I will say I love this little combination going on here with these two blocks. Well, sorry, I'm burping. But mainly the latter part, which is, you wonder where's the reason, it's in the lost and found. Cool. You wonder where's the freedom, it's in the lost and found. Still not found, so it's just lost. So there is no freedom because he is a domesticated animal. And that's a clever way of being like, it's in the lost and found. I haven't found it yet, though.
Yeah. What do you think about the goddamn gold line? It's quite prevalent in the
It
song.
is. I was trying to think like how. I mean, I think how I would like to. I mean, it's a rough one. I think interpretation might be the meaning. Like, what's the meaning of being here? What's the goal? What's the thing that we want? Where is it? And then trying to break it down. But then again, I'll tell you where the gold is. It's all mine. Like I don't really know how to interpret this gold that he's talking of. If I'm being honest.
Yeah, I couldn't really get that either.
Oh well. We might get to it around later. I will be referring to this line later on. Beat the kids to the punch. So yeah, let's try and wind back domesticated animals a bit before going into Fortress.
Yeah, I think it's still gonna cut it a little bit, but yeah.
That's fine. It's just knowing that there is a strong connection between domesticated animals and Fortress.
Yeah, just the string part, right?
Yes.
Last 30 seconds.
Just right after Dave Grohl.
Yeah, perfect.
Fucking nailed it. Also, very important to take a look at the artwork for both this one, which is like the dog cone, and then the one for Fortress.
It's a dog cone.
It's the dog cone. Oh,
He's such a dad.
such a dad. Look at that dad. Do you know what the motivation behind this song is? Like his motivation behind writing this song?
I think I can somewhat get it from the lyrics, but I don't know if it's a specific event you're thinking of that happened.
It's not a specific event that happened. He realized that at some point he might die, and he has kids. So the motivation behind this song was, what is the most important message I can leave behind to my kids? And this is the one he chose. Hi, cat. Yeah, it is extremely paternal. Like if you look through all of the lyrics we've seen so far, the construction is extremely simple. Like this is way more a letter that is being written to someone, whereas a lot of the other songs are like lyrical, like hoop-de-hoops and clever little puns. This is just every fortress falls. It's not the end. It ain't if you fall, but how you rise that says who you really are. So get up and go through. If ever your fortress caves, you're always safe. Like it's like you are going to suffer hardships, and you just gotta move on. Where is the one that I love? Where is the one that I love?
It's definitely way more direct than a lot of the previous. I guess there's only really two metaphors in this, like the fortress being your shield for hardships, and darkness being that hardship.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's really just straight up direct what he's saying.
Like this is so simple. I believe I know you, yet I don't truly know myself. I pray you won't feel as alone as I have felt. Like he is definitely trying to be a father, and he's trying to understand, and he wants them to live a good life, but he also knows that at some point things are gonna suck, so I need to prepare them for that. The fortress will fall at some point, and they need to be not afraid. I really like this song.
Yeah, and at the end of one of the choruses where he says, "If ever your fortress caves, you're always safe in mine." That's just, that warms the heart.
Yeah, sometimes it gets a little bit scary. Like if your fortress is under siege, you can always run to me, which is like, hooray! If your fortress is under siege, you can always run. Which, you can read it as being of like, if something doesn't work, you need to move, but just you can run to me, or you can just run. Like if your fortress is under siege, you don't let it destroy you. You can get away.
Oh, hi, Mark.
Hello. Hi, Nerf. Welcome in. Yeah, I always adore this song. It has peak paternal energy. Sage, hello. Yeah, I mean that's the interview I read, that this was just like, I just want to tell my kids this if I perish. That's it. Whoop doop doop. There we go. Doop
Doop.
doop.
Yeah, that's one aspect of this that I have a hard time placing. That's, his first description of the fortress. Your heart like a fortress. You keep your feelings locked away. Is it easy? Does it make you feel safe? It feels kind of sinister, like you're just packing away the problems.
Yeah, I think
So,
this
like,
is
like distancing yourself from any hardships, and that doesn't really feel like the intent.
I do. Okay, so this is twofold. I do think I agree with your interpretation, but I feel like this is Joshua talking to his child, being like, "Listen, you're keeping people at an arm's distance. Does it really make it easier? Does it make you feel safe? It shouldn't, because this fortress is gonna break, and you need to be ready for this." So this is, I feel for me, this is Joshua speaking to his child as though they're going to be like him. They're going to set up these walls to keep people out. But that's what he did, and that didn't work. That's what the whole first album is about. and now he's saying, listen here, I had a shitty time. I'm going to give you a head start by saying that this fortress you've built, it's not gonna work. He's just assuming that they will be like him, which is, fair. There's kids. They're gonna learn. I learned it from watching you, Dad. Yeah.
Done.
Also, welcome in, everyone. We're currently doing a 3-album listen of Queens of the Stone Age. We're halfway through, I think, at this point.
This
right?
is pretty much halfway.
That's pretty much halfway. First album, Mega Depression. Second album, I'm Dealing. Third album, we'll get to it. Oh God, I forgot what the next song is. Holy shit. The fortress as a metaphor works well though, because it's not about what you let in out. Sometimes it'll fall no matter what if you gotta prepare yourself by now. Yeah. I mean, this is what Joshua's trying to say. Like, this fortress is going to fall. Like, there is no question. It will break at some point. It's a matter of being prepared for when that happens. Holy shit! I feel like we need to preface Head Like a Haunted House.
So from extreme seriousness to whatever the fuck this is gonna be.
Oh, I'll just initially say Head Like a Haunted House to me is Joshua dealing with the remnants of his deep depression. That's why his head is like a haunted house. There are these spirits that keep haunting him. And then he made a decision about how he wanted that to be represented musically, which is fucking phenomenal. And I feel like we should get the music video for this one because it has that sort of like weird vibe to it, this deranged vibe we've been talking about a bit.
That's the one I've queued. So
yes.
You know what? Let's go for it.
Yeah. Hey Joshua. I
How's
noticed
the
that you wrote.
circumstances in your pants now?
Oh, I'm coming in my pants right now. I wrote this song about the feeling of lying in bed at night, being haunted by my previous depressive episodes. What sort of music do I want? Psychotic. It's I mean it clearly shows that he's approaching it from a different angle now. Like he can put this at such an arm's distance now that he is aware that this is happening. But just the lyrics on this one, the energy, the tone, the music video is like phenomenal to kind of emphasize what's going on here. But oh, God, this song is so insane. I love it. See if I can find some of it. Oh yeah,
It's
Fucks
just
in
a lot
Short
going on
Supply.
with
I
it.
love that one.
Yeah. Misdiagnosis with the mostest.
Santa do's and Santa don'ts. Let you mock me, then copulate me, dirty trick, and it's making me sick. Sublime. I remember this, and I often think to myself, man, I feel sublime. The shift in vibe from the last album. Yep. I mean, some of the themes are still the same, like dealing with a dark mind, but he is in a different spot now, so it's changed things. And it's, it's 5 years since the last album, and things have changed a lot, but it's so interesting, this shift that's been happening. Where is it? Oh yeah, drink the Kool-Aid and swallow the pills, which is a reference to like death cults drinking Kool-Aids to do mass suicide. It's like, what the fuck are you okay, Josh? Oh, they fucked up the lyrics so bad in this one, because I love it in the song, because by the end it's just like, I'm gonna write a couple lines about how my ass is so good. my posterior is so superior, ain't in a race for second place. Like, there is no competition. I have a great ass. It's like, this is a song about you being depressed. What the fuck is going on?
There's also the point in the music video where the UFO just beams his butt.
Yep.
Which is also good.
But yeah, when you think about what this song is about, it's just insane. And comparing it to Fortress, it becomes very clear that Fortress was this very simple letter that he just needed to come across to his children, and this is his mind going overdrive at 2 in the middle of the night when he needs to fight his returning depression. It's like, okay. Yeah. I don't know.
So the lyric "screw aside," which happens during the music video, where he's just sitting there like one of your French girls.
Yeah, it's like, what does that mean? And he would probably say, I don't fucking know. Fuck till you die? I don't know.
Look us.
Do I look like I know what I'm doing? Girl, I'll blow your mind. Where's sublime? You know I polarize. Which is also, this is a good way to end the song to kind of encapsulate what's going on. You know I polarize. You know that I'm going from hyper-depressive to whatever this is. Screw-aside was handed to us on a platter with a sheer refusal to elaborate. Yes. It's like, screw-aside. What does that mean? Bye. Yippee.
Also, do you have any comment relating to the second character in the music video, which is a giant green fuckfinger?
I don't fucking know, man. I think it's kind of symbolizing what's happening during the C part, which is, tonight I'm gonna put up a fight. I'm gonna get a reaction that I'm right. So this is basically him saying, you know what, tonight I'm not gonna let depression win. I'm gonna put up a fucking fight. And I feel like that fuck finger is him saying, fuck all this. I'm gonna fight. I love Andrew. Andrew's good.
Wait, does he sing "Slap My Dick in His Face"?
Let's go back and check, because I don't trust this lyric side.
No, I don't either.
Also, that's just a good visual.
I think it's supposed to be
Nice.
before this as well. We just go a little bit back.
Mm-hmm.
God damn.
I'm gonna get a reaction. Ooh, and I might. So what was the lyric over here? Oh, it says
I
from
think
the...
it's-
Okay. So it's from the day I reject your displays has been translated to slap my dick in your face. They fucked up so bad. They even have the lyrics down here. They probably put in the lyrics because they realized that this job was so poorly done. Oh well.
I mean, he could have sung it.
He could have sung it, yeah.
He could have sung it.
Get YouTube poo videos.
vibes.
I mean, it is that sort of like deranged, just 2 jokes per second going on, like visual style going on. I mean, this is you know, this is what happens in your mind when it's 2 o'clock and you can't fall asleep and your brain's just like, I don't know, 4 guys fighting, burn your plates, there's a green fuck finger hand who's asking me if I'm okay, and I'm clearly not.
I mean, I get what the Wintry is saying here. This is basically one step away from a Maxwell video.
Oh, have you seen the newest Maxar video?
I didn't finish it. I was busy at the time, but oh boy.
You know what? After stream, do you want to watch it?
Yeah, sure.
Nice. Okay, back to it.
Back to it.
Okay, I don't think I have more.
No, me neither. There's just a lot in a very short amount of time.
Mm-hmm. Also, I need to be mentally ready for The Evil Has Landed and Villains of Circumstance.
Yes. These guys are just great at finishing albums, really. It's just I think it's a thing for all 3 albums that they just get better when you're getting closer to the end.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
Which
it's
is-
like
I love that.
they are extremely good at starting their albums, and they always have a strong emotional finish, and there might be 1 or 2 songs in it. I feel like with both of these albums, when we reach the middle, it's like, I don't really know what to say to this. I don't really understand it, but then by the end, it's like, I fucking know what you're talking about, bruh.
Yeah.
So before the song,
it's not that the middle gets bad. It's
No.
just, you know, the quality is so high at the start and at the end that it's a tough competition, really.
Exactly. It's tough to keep that level throughout with 9 to 10 songs. Before starting Un-Reborn Again, this song is, I think every single verse is a reference to a person he knows. So basically, consider this how Joshua views several people in his like close friend circle. And then, you know, take that and let's see what happens.
Yeah, let's go.
Sick.
Track number 6, Un-Reborn Again.
Mm-hmm. Y'all, music's fucking neat. You know what's not neat? The person who tried to write these lyrics and definitely just fucking gave up at some point.
God.
Oh, hi,
I
Mark.
I noticed multiple times during the span of this song that that's just wrong.
Yeah. Hi,
Oh, hi,
Korok.
Mark.
Cor.
But yeah, this song is predominantly about people he knows, and like a through line through all of it is this wish of being eternal, being young again. I mean, he is aging, and so are his friends, and you know.
Oh, hi, Mark.
Yeah, this is him talking about his friends and realizing that
Oh, hi,
people
Mark.
are aging. I know that there are several of his like friend group who are way older than him. So I think there's also for him some sort of realization that this sort of wish is not feasible, and you know, essentially, if they want to live forever, they need to be frozen in pose. And then
Yeah.
what's the point then at that point? So. And where is it? Yeah, like when it comes later into the song, suddenly it's not drinking from this fountain of youth. It is just drowning in this fountain of youth. Like it's not feasible.
Yeah. I get the feeling throughout the song that the drowning is part of it, basically from the start. Drinking from the fountain of youth to be unreborn.
Yeah.
To the point where you just basically blurb up the entire thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, there is also clearly some sort of idea of some of them are close. I also feel like a lot of some of this energy that Joshua is bringing into the lyrics comes from this idealization of Iggy Pop, who is probably one of the people he's talking about. Because we can see that some of these people were close. They're buried so close to the fountain of youth, you could almost reach them. So some of them might ascertain this sort of immortality, but they won't. Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, remain at that point of the lyrics. The verse in the middle of the screen right now, that's just straight up wrong. I'm looking at another lyric sheet here.
Yeah.
The Tracy's gonna shake part. The third.
Oh yeah,
line
I know this is completely wrong. Like most of these verses are completely wrong. Okay, what do you got?
The third line in that, where it says teeth before we pull out, that's not English in the song. That's Italian.
Yeah.
He says ti rompo il culo, which means I'll break your ass.
Yeah. I could even hear it as that's not English.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm. People that don't seem to age or are older but still have the youthful energy. Yeah, that's Iggy Pop. I mean, Iggy Pop ages, but he still have that sort of youthful energy. Yeah, Tracy is gonna shake, and Tracy gonna twitch. It's fine. I do think they nailed the one here, and I find it hilarious. Like Tracy gonna twitch. He said no huggy, no kissy until I get a wedding ring, which is hilarious when you consider the friend circle that Joshua has. That one of them is apparently like, I'm abstinent until I die. I need a ring on my finger before I go kissy. It's like you're around people who fuck and take drugs like it's their last day on Earth, and then you have this one guy.
Yeah, actually, from what I can see on this page, the Twizy's a nickname for his band member Troy Van Leuven. Apparently, he's the no huggy no kissy guy.
Nice. Sage, since you know of Iggy Pop, do you have any feelings towards Iggy Pop's post pop depression album? Because that's him and Joshua just kind of vibing. But yeah, no, I don't know. There's a lot of misreadings in these lyrics, so I don't know how much I want to lean myself up against these lyrics anymore. But yeah, no, to me this is famous people trying to reach immortality, but a realization that that's not feasible.
Yeah, I think we get the gist of it.
The gist of it. What's the next
Also,
one? Oh, Hideaway. Cool.
Yeah, before we go that, the part of the final verse where he says, "Come drink from the water before it's been drained away." That also just solidifies the ticking clock aspect of this. You know, as you say, they're getting older, and they want to recapture their youth, but you know the water's slowly draining.
Joshua realizing that he is in a friend group where some of them might not live as long anymore. I wonder if that will become relevant very soon.
Don't.
We'll get to it.
We'll get there.
We'll get there. Oh no. I wish we weren't.
Breakdancing rat.
Breakdancing rat. Just look at the rat, everybody. Don't. Okay, let's go for Hideaway.
Yeah. Hideaway.
So before you start Hideaway, this is again one of those songs that, if I remember the story correctly, he wrote the majority of the song while on tour, alone in his hotel room, thinking about his kids and his wife. And that's kind of all I need to say, I think.
Go for it. Track 7, Hideaway.
Yippee!
Table. Table.
Okay, before we get into this,
Yes.
I just need to say, I look away from chat for 15 seconds. And the last 5 comments are just magical.
I wanted to. I don't think you poot. Ik wanted to. Yeah.
It's
Listen, that just happens sometimes. Hey Jake Balls, how you doing? Yeah, so as I mentioned, as far as I remember, this is a song where the lyrics were predominantly written like on tour, alone in a hotel room. And there is, I think my interpretation of the initial part here is he's speaking of himself. Like he's speaking of himself. He wanted the pretties in life. He tried shortcuts and missed his fights. I will also say this song has some of, I feel like some of the most playful lyrics that he's written. I love the first hands, the backhands, the bruises, the bites, and the diction, the friction, these euro left with the taste, the flesh and bone. It's a beautiful day in the USA.
Isn't addiction to friction.
Yes, an addiction to friction.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Sure love me some banging.
I love boning. Yeah, I mean, to me, this is him missing some time, missing the time away, missing his kids, missing the idea of it. Like there is some sort of loneliness in it.
Getting away from his family.
Yeah, and the question is like, is he? How much of that does he actually enjoy? Like maybe he is enjoying hiding away. Who knows? Boop. All right.
I feel like the sexual stuff in this song. It's like, you know, he's been on tour. He's been living the rock lifestyle, banging some stuff. And at one point, it just starts to get meaningless.
Yeah. Yeah,
I'm all dressed up. No one left to blow.
Yeah, I think there is some sort of idea of he's kind of realizing that what he wants in life, that the kids and his like, you know, I think let's just say that he really realizes that he wants to be there for his kids, and this lifestyle he's living might not be the best for that. Cup of coffee. That's nice. Yeah. That's kind of what I'm getting. Like the previous song, the Fortress of writing a message to his kids, and now this song about this is where I am right now. I'm in a hotel room far away from kids. Is this what I want? I'm hidden away. Is this for the better? You know. Wintry, this is the first album listening party that I've ever done, and I just kind of wanted to experiment with it. I really enjoy it, but I don't know which other albums I can like get aggressively into like this. It would be fun to do more of it.
But it is so cozy though.
It is. I really like it. Yeah. I don't know. I feel I need to save myself up for the next two ones. The evil has landed and villains of circumstance.
Like the next two ones are my favorites on the entire album here.
Yes.
I don't really know which one of them I like more than the other. They're two different songs.
Yeah. I mean, it's the same as the previous album. The two last songs were kind of like the ones that kind of gut punched you and just left the impression for the rest of the time. Like I was wiping away tears at the final the final track of the last album, and now we're getting to these two ones.
Yeah.
All right.
Also, I remember back when this album was before the album got released, that Queens of the Stone Age played "The Evil Has Landed," which is the next song.
Yeah.
They played it live before releasing it as a trailer. As a single, and I just remember aggressively listening to that live version. You know, this shitty one recorded through a phone.
Yeah, I remember you sending it to me, and we were both just excited. Be like, imagine this not crunchy.
Yeah. And then it got released as a single, and it was even better.
Yep.
But yeah, I guess we shouldn't tease it anymore, right?
No, let's fucking do it.
Let's go for it. Track Ace, the evil has landed.
Ah,
Holy shit, it's
good,
so good.
shit. Hey, can you quickly do me a favor and look up the lyrics on a different site on this particular line? Because I'm pretty sure it's something like macabre, like a combination of the word macabre and cabaret. Because I love that line and they fucked it up.
That's exactly it. A grand macabre.
A grand macabre. I mean, it just initially the small lyrical things he does here is so fun. Like normally you would call it a killing spree, but he called it a living spree, kind of giving that energy of like this is psychotic life going on here, and then near life experience, like compared to a near death experience, which becomes more poignant when you know that he has had a near death experience. Why wasn't Blair in the lyrics? Because they're cowards. Grand macabre. Yeah, exactly. That is what it's supposed to be. You can break the glass or drink it all. Dig it.
Yeah. Yeah, I like the break the glass line there because, you know, it basically is obviously derived from the glass half empty, glass half full thing.
Yeah.
But he doesn't give a shit about that.
Nope.
Either you break the glass and get off his wild ass party ride, or you just gulp it down along with him.
You know, like there's no room for pointless philosophy here. We're here to live. It's not positivity. It's not negativity. It's just life.
Yeah, we're
And
just hanging out.
A grand macabre. I mean, that's also why I think it's gonna be rough. I might need to. Are you consistently finding on a different page where the lyric is better? Because I feel like when we get to the last album, we probably need that one because he flexes lyrically in that one. And I think that this one.
I've been using the genius.com
Okay.
site. It also has some what can you say?
Issues.
Yeah, nah, it's okay. It highlights some lines and basically gives an idea of how to interpret them. Interpretations is the word I was looking for, so that's also pretty interesting.
Yeah, that's true. Could you slap a link in the chat and I'll grab it?
Yeah.
I will say the reason why I liked this one was because it kind of collected everything, so it was easier.
Yeah, I mean, if you go to the Genius page, as I linked right now, you can at the top you can go to villains and then find the tracks. That way it also collects them.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, I might stick over to this one in that case. Oh, look, they have Make It With You right there in the top. That's very kind of them.
A musical detail or an instrumental detail I want to highlight is during the outro, which is also fucking banger. There are these few lines where they overlay a fuzz, which I also wrote in the chat. It's really brief, but it just elevates the entire thing. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, snap that out for me. Also, just this visual image that he has of the Faustian devil is very fun when you consider what his beard style is currently.
Yeah.
Well,
let me see if I can get it. I think it's in a minute. Yeah, this one.
Oh, yeah.
And then it just goes away again. It's really brief, but it just gives that big sound. I really like that part.
I feel like a thing that's kind of emblematic throughout this album is this duality between this psychotic love for life, like the way you used to do, and now also this one, and then also the realization of being a father and his own viewing of love and his kids. And it's a fun duality to kind of swing in between. But you know, this is what happens when you have Joshua Army, who writes an album every 5 years. Like it kind of sums up and it gives room to breathe and for him to be a human that evolves. And it's really nice. I really like it.
Absolutely.
All right.
Final track.
Final track. Villains of Circumstance.
So yeah, the first the first time I heard Villains of Circumstance, that was also before the album was released. I think he's played it a year or so before releasing the album in a completely acoustic setting.
Yes.
So it was just him and a guitar and just this beautiful song.
I think I'm gonna go back over to the piano for this one, even though he is, that's not necessarily the instrument he's going. Well, it is for most of it, but yeah, this is like the ending of the final album. Like this is Joshua winding down and just giving us an emotional gut punch.
And all there's way more energy in this than
Yes.
like Clockwork from the final album. But yeah, we'll get there.
Yeah, like
It's definitely still a gut punch, but there's a bit more energy to it. Anyway, let's stop teasing it, really.
Let's stop teasing it.
Villains of Circumstance.
Also,
Track
we
9.
still have one more album after this.
Oh yeah.
Yeah!
Yeah.
So, this is yet another one of those songs that Joshua wrote while on tour. And these were specifically targeted towards his kids. And just that in mind, him being far away from his kids, being away for a long time, and then suddenly being driven by the inspiration to write a song, we get the first verse, which is, I miss you now, what's come over me? We're hostages of geography. The wait is long, heavy too, despite what you're accustomed to. I know life moves on. That's what scares me so. Have no intention of letting go. It's just, imagine realizing that you love your kids and then being at the opposite end of the world.
That's tough.
Yep. And it like this song has like the verse 2 is honestly, I think, some of my favorite lyrics of this album and potentially this trilogy, which is, there's no magic bullet, no cure for pain. What's done is done until you do it again. I've been so close, I'm so far away. It's so hard to explain, yet so easy to feel. Like, it's just a combination of gut punches, one after the other one. And it's just, oh, god damn it.
I'm getting teary-eyed now.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, exactly. They're growing up and he's not there.
Yeah.
And
yeah, that's really adult horror.
I've always, well, in like later listenings to this album, I feel like that's what villains of circumstance means. That he becomes a villain. Like, he fears that he is becoming a villain to his kids due to the circumstances that he's in. He's not a villain of intent, but of circumstance.
Exactly. Yeah.
Which yeah. That's rough. Especially because I've saved, honestly, the worst reveal for the last, which is the time between Villains and the final album, which is In Times New Roman. Very much the position my father was in. Well, I hope that you didn't get to experience the following thing. Because if we try to just take this album and kind of just helicopter perspective, take a look at it. Winter, can I share a gift? Yes, you can. I might need to see this GIF before I start talking about Brody Dolly and what happened in between Villains and In Times New Roman, because that's gonna mean a lot to what's setting the stage for the next one. Yes. Okay, let me just quickly run over and show this one. This is us curring the last track. Yoink. I'm gonna bring Korhawk with me. I need my emotional support rat.
Emotional core.
Emotional core. Thank you, Sage. This is what I needed. Bring
wait.
earth and sky. It's good. Okay. I'm still thinking of taking like a short ad break just to kind of get up and stretch a bit and kind of be ready for the next part. Do you feel like we should take the preamble for the last album first or after the break?
I mean, I feel like I feel like it sets the tone for the break if we do it before, which I'm not a fan of. Let's just have a break first.
Yes, let's have a break while like sink into this melancholy idea of a person becoming a father and realizing it, and that's how the album ends. And I can put it this way: the next section is going to be slightly rough, but imagine a person who's been learning from this whole process. We've had a very dark album, and now we've had a album swinging between this psychotic love for life and growing into parenthood. And what if we take that person and just maybe make things like try and challenge him a bit more about what life can throw at him, and then know that Joshua is able to handle this now. I feel like that's the sort of energy we need to go for, but it's gonna be slightly worse before it gets better.
Yeah.
All right. I guess slap off some ads, and I'm gonna just let's just be in silence and look. You know what? What can we put on to kind of give some 3-minute break? I don't know. I don't want to put on music. You know what? Let's just enjoy the silence and the slowed down black and white rat for this one.
Yeah, let's do that.
Cool. All right. See you in 3-ish minutes. I'll just perish in the meantime. Wait, I need to be here and then. Blah. Oh. Blah. All right, I got a good stretch in. I'm also vibrating on the floor.
Which is nice.
Yeah, I'm just vibing. I'm just vibrating. Do you mean vibing? No. Blah. Blah.
Should we do like last time and start up with the teaser? No, we had to do the daily stuff first.
Yes, that's probably for the better. Slight trigger warning. If you don't like talks about broken homes, you probably need to like tune out for like a couple of minutes. Thank you.
And if you like them, what the fuck is wrong with you?
What is wrong
Anyway.
with you? All right. So last time we talked about Brody Dolly, we were talking about the fact that they got married in 2005 and they got 2 children. Dolly filed for divorce in 2019. I'm gonna skim over most of this because the details are not clear, and I don't want to fill in the blanks. But essentially, there was a nasty custody battle. There are 3 kids. Both sides had allegations of alcohol and drug abuse. There were allegations about domestic violence, and there were multiple restraining orders. And in the end, again, I am skimming over this. There is not a lot of detail, so I don't really want to go through with it. But in the end, Joshua got full custody of all 3 kids in 2023 because it was revealed that Dolly's new boyfriend had forged signatures of their kids on earlier documents. So, fucking sucks. But in the end, Dolly is not allowed to be near the kids, not allowed to be near Joshua. So this is one component of what's happened between Villains and In Times New Roman, which is the 3rd album. What also happened in between was, good old COVID. And as we mentioned before, Joshua had a lot of friends, a lot of them in like rocker lifestyles, and several older, several with weaker immune system, to the point where in the span of 2 years, Joshua lost 12 people close to him. So essentially, Joshua went into second deep depression because of just the stress of trying to get his kids to a safe spot. Like this whole previous album, half of it had been about how he realized he loves his kids, and now he needed them away from Dolly, which is what it ended up with. And then at the same time losing several people close to him. And in interviews after the release of the album, he's telling stories of how he was at the brink, and the thing that saved him was essentially his band members doing an intervention of telling him that he needs to make this album. What's very important to notice is also that between like Clockwork and Villains, you have 5 years. 4 years. And between Villains and
Yeah, go ahead.
between like Clockwork and Villains, we have 4 years in between, that's been like the normal release schedule. Whereas between Villains and In Times New Roman, we're looking at 6 years. So there is this extended period of Joshua not being able to complete any of the lyrics. And it was like the album was released in June and he hadn't written any lyrics in November. Isn't that true? As far as I remember it.
I don't recall, but it sounds accurate.
Yeah, it was like he wrote most of the music, but none of the lyrics, and that all happened in the span of like a couple of months. And he then in an interview also stated that his band members were correct. Like if he hadn't written this album, he would not have gotten out of this. So we are now looking at an album seeped in this second tragedy. So what you essentially need to think about is, if you were here for the first album listening, you know the tone that he had during that album, and now imagine him going into depression again, and then how does he deal with it this time musically? And I can already say the tone is different. Like he's still him, but he is changed. An album to save the artist's life? Yep.
Definitely.
Yep. 7 people alive gone from 2011 to 2019. Yep. I mean, yeah. And yeah. His band members were like, you need to do this because otherwise you will not survive. So, with that, we will get ready. Let me just find the album. There it is, In Times New Roman. We are returning back to a dark visual, which we will also get throughout it. But there is a tone of life through this album, as far as I remember. As I also mentioned before, he is flexing on the lyrical side. And yeah, during the last album, there were like 2 points where I said, we're gonna get back to this. One was the line, beat the kids to the punch, which is a scary line when you know that there is accusations of domestical abuse. And the second one was the whole Fountain of Youth song of all his friends realizing that they are not going to live forever. And then you have this 2-year period of 12 people being lost. So he is scaringly prophetic, or he just knows things that we don't. But yeah, all right. I think
Some of those friends that he lost were also quite high-profile musicians as well.
true.
One of them being Taylor Hawkins, the drummer from Foo Fighters.
Yep. Which also meant a lot for Dave Grohl. There was also Alan Bourdain, who is he's just a world man, essentially. Like, he has a show of like going around trying different cultures, and he was just known for being this like open, exemplematic person who was just, he worked with everyone and he was just a beacon for everyone, and he died. And Joshua has mentioned that this death in particular took a lot from him, and you can interpret that in any way. Like, I think there might be some sense of Joshua wanting to be more like Alan Bourdain in his realization that he's a father, but that's nothing he stated explicitly. Yeah.
Before we start with the album, we
Yes.
have the album teaser.
Yes.
Which I've queued. So
I'm looking at it with my eyeballs.
kiddoks.
Now,
So
knowing that he went... Sorry, go on.
Just saying, I don't really know how to interpret this, but I felt like we were edging very close to Twitch TOS on some of the shots there.
That's fine. I will say this teaser is interesting now, knowing the shift happening in Joshua during the first album, where he's going from this Dionysian to Apollyon belief, because this is Dionysian coded to an extreme.
Absolutely.
So the question is, like, is he reverting back? What's going on? Because there is Joshua. You know what? Let's just get through it. We'll talk more. I think I need some of the songs to kind of separate my thoughts a bit.
Yeah. Let's start from the beginning with Obscenery.
Yeah. I've said it before and I'll say it again. The openers of every of these albums are so strong, especially when you know what's like the story behind it. Yeah, the lyrical flexing that's going on, like throughout this song, there is mentions of not waking up. Yeah, during the break, the bridges and outros, we're tired of being awake. Do you think we'll break? And then by the end of it, we really need to wake. Everything gone break. We're too fucking late. So essentially, this is Joshua wanting to go back to sleep, like slipping into this depression, but he is at a different place now, so he knows that he needs to wake up. He can't just be here. And that's what, to me, this is essentially what the album is about. I'll try and like make clear
So
that
his imagery, the thing going to sleep, that's basically giving into his depression yet again.
that's what I'm seeing. But you know, it's. I feel like also in the beginning he's kind of showing that he's not where he is during like Clockwork. But don't lobotomy. I'm happy and free, listening to the crickets in the pale moonlight. I don't give up. I give in. There ain't nothing to win. Which is also something he's mentioned during like interviews, that he is now at a point where losing all these friends, being in this like horrible situation for his kids, like he's not going to give up. He's just gonna give in. He's gonna slip into it because he knows that he, like, it can't take him away, not again. And he's going to make music for all stereotypes. There's this Apollonian sentiment of creating art instead. Yeah, I mean it's just good, and also some of the lyrical flexing that we talked about. Where is voyeurism jism? There it is. Voyeurism jism may cause blurry visions. It's like, you bastard. And Kat also mentioned with phantom pains from missing limbos of life, emotional empathies. It's just,
Yeah. Basically just the title of the song as well. Obscenery, that's not a real word.
No, it's scenery. It's an obscene scenery. Like,
Yes.
He's doing this a lot, and it's just wonderful. That's also why I got legitimately mad during the last album when they fucked up Macabre, which is, I love that fucking word.
Yeah.
Just,
And I guess there is one specific line, I believe it's in the last song of this album, which we'll get to.
Yep.
But I remember us talking about it. We were basically both gushing over it. But we'll get there.
We'll get there. Kiss it goodbye, stupid.
This is also the first time I've heard anyone use jihad as a word that you do.
Yeah, get jihad,
Jihad
idiot.
Jihad me in obscenery.
It's just, I don't know. Again, yeah, he flexes during this album, which is wonderful. Like, consequential schmonchicans is just great. But yeah, I mean, I will also say, like, this one line is very. It's interesting to see when we had the like psychotic manic love from the second album. Now he's talking about unsentimental modern love, whereas the previous one was like, I'm gonna burn the world for you if you love me the way you used to do. Like, there is such a shift.
Yeah, he basically sounds a lot healthier in this
He
album than on
sounds
the last one.
so much healthier now. And that's why that's why I wanted to talk about this album. Why I wanted to talk about all three albums, because it is depression, returnal, and then a second hit, but a stronger pushback.
Yeah, it definitely puts. I mean, this song in itself, if you just look at it in isolation, it's very good. It's very interesting. But looking at it with like Clockwork in the background, it just gives it so much more weight.
Yeah, definitely. That's why I like to listen to albums.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. bitching. Do you have more?
No, I think I'm good for this
Cool.
one.
Now we go
The
over.
next one is a lyric video, so
Yes, let's
we
pick
can
that
just-
one though. I do like paper machete too, just because of the imagery of paper machete, cutting,
Yeah.
whatever. We'll get to it.
we'll get to it.
We'll get to it. All right, I'm ready.
Track 2, Paper Machete.
Yippee! Man, I realize some of these lyrics now in context with the custody battle. Oh shit.
I was really looking forward to this one. He goes straight for the jugular.
Yeah,
God
the
damn,
truth.
that is savage.
Just taking that into consideration that he was in a custody battle with Dolly, where it was revealed that Dolly's boyfriend forged paper. The truth is just a piece of clay. You sculpt, you change, you hide, then you erase. You think you're brave, all the plans you made behind my back and from far away. Truth is, face to face, you're a coward, sharp as a paper machete. Fuck. He fucking
Yeah.
hates her with good reason. Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
Is there nothing you cannot replace?
Mm-hmm.
You speak Lionel and then some damsel in distress so fluently, and then the last one. Does your every single relation end in pain and misery? Holy fucking shit!
Now I know you'd use anything, anyone to make yourself look clean. In sickness, no vows mean anything. So long, cruelty. So long, too late. So long, my love is dead. No, I don't think it's about the novelization of Machete with Danny Trejo. I mean, you could interpret that way, but yeah. No, this is 100% just going for her, which is weird because this song has been in a collaboration with a microbrewery to make a specific beer.
Elaborate, please.
What was it?
Paper Machete beer?
Yeah, Beavertown, X Queens of the Stone Age, Paper Machete.
Oh, what the absolute hell?
Nope. Yep. Nope. See?
I love this.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna write a song that I'm gonna capitalize on for beer, and it's about how I fucking hate my fucking wife. It's so like whenever I was listening to this album on YouTube, this commercial kept popping up. I was like, oh, that's weird. Now that I know that this is just a straight character hit on Dolly, it's like, that's a fucking move, man.
Actually, should we just watch that Beaver Town music video?
Yeah, fuck it, why not?
Also, the song is good, so heck,
Yeah.
why not? Anyway,
Hey, Jaws, thanks for the suggestion, but we're not gonna name it I Hate My Ex-Wife Pale Ale.
anyway, let's go.
So I don't think that the music video here has any connection behind the story, but it's just fun to think that that one song in particular, the way Queens of the Stone Age treat the music video is that we want the lyrics on display because we want you to read all the lyrics because this is the most important thing. And then I'm also going to earn bank by just making this beer collaboration. It's like the way he treats this song is so funny, taking into consideration like what is the content of the song.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, it wouldn't surprise me if he's like, I'm gonna take this song and all the money that I'm earning from this beer commercial is going straight into the Kitsch College Fund and therapy because fuck you.
I can definitely see that. I really like the imagery of a paper machete.
Yes, I love
song.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it.
Basically, something that seems sharp, seems dangerous, but is brittle as can be when you just examine it a bit closer.
Yep. And it's like the worst it can do is a paper cut, and it's like, you know.
Yeah. Ooh, ow, ooh. Oh, it's so bad. Ooh.
Yeah, no, I always loved the lyrical flexing in Paper Machete. Something to threaten someone with, but the moment you swing it, nothing happens. Exactly.
Yeah.
This fucking rips.
Also, this is something I forgot to mention in the last song, but as a whole in this album, I've noted that the guitar sounds and basically just the mixing, it sounds way more garage-y. Some would say lower quality. I think it's intentional.
Yeah, definitely. Like at this stage, nothing that Joshua does for like a production side is like nothing is that is not. It's fully intentional.
Yeah. I think the other two albums were way more polished sounding, whereas this is just raw, like straight from the amp.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, you also have to remember that the last one, Mark Ronson was in over it, and you can probably imagine that he would have some more polishing steps, whereas the first album, that needed that raw sound.
Yeah, and it definitely just solidifies the fact that Queens of the Stone Age tries something new for each album they try.
Yep.
Like, if you compare these albums to their previous albums, and basically just at the start of their career, they were this stoner rock, hard rock band, experimenting with more straight rock during the Songs for the Deaf era, and just going full depressive mode later on in their career.
Also, just going like almost acidic weird in Era Vulgaris.
Yeah, definitely. And then experimenting with disco and upbeat tempos and stuff on Villains, and now this straight garage sound.
Yep, it's
something I find very very interesting throughout the album.
That's why I really love this band. Cool.
Well, after this, what did the Canada call it? Turbo Omega Fucked?
Turbo Omega Fucked.
Yeah. After this, let's go for some Negative Space.
Negative Space.
Track 3.
Yeah, the haunted. I don't think I have anything to prove. Like this album, I don't have a lot of pre-thoughts going into it. The only things I have is like the situation with Dali, and then him going through second depression. And then I think I haven't really listened to these songs as much as the other albums, just because the other songs have been existing for so much longer. So much of my analysis happening right now is me knowing the history, reading the lyrics, and then going, yeah, that's pretty obvious.
Yeah, I feel kind of the same.
Yeah. But that's all so nice, you know. And then we have like fresh eyes being like, holy shit, that's what this song is about? Fuck. Cool.
The next one is also a music video, so maybe we should just put that up.
Yeah. We'll probably end up talking about like Royal Blood and Boilermaker and that video style at some point, but...
yeah, absolutely. That could also be a band we could dive into at some point.
That could be. I do love them. I don't know much about them, though.
Well, I mean, they have good sounds.
Yeah, Boilermaker.
And also that song where you have a coffee blender or shit.
Yep. If you know the music video for Boilermaker, one of these music videos will be very recognizable.
I actually believe it may be negative space. Let's see. We'll get there.
We'll get there.
Track 3, negative space.
Oh, what's happening?
Stop. Alright.
Holy, no worries, no worries. Holy shit, I did not realize that the first half of this album is just so like it's clear that he needed it's clear that he needed to write to get over his, depression, and Dolly is a huge part of that. So we had the pure, like, visceral angry emotion coming from Paper Machete, and this is a much more somber, fearful Joshua realizing that, things have things are destroyed at this point. What will happen now? Nobody will believe in this woman, which is what he realized in the end. I'm assuming he's happy that the forgery got caught. But yeah, like Atmosphere, as we noticed, that they wrote in the video, but they haven't fixed. I'm just a fool who's terrified. Yep. It's just wow.
Also, the comment on this page about what the yellow moon symbolizes. Apparently, the yellow moon symbolizes hope and power throughout history. So between that and what home was, that's just another hit as to how life was with Delhi.
It's one of those cases where I want to be careful about not letting that relationship between those two influence our whole interpretation of the album, but it's it's fucking clear what's going on.
I mean, he just straight up states it.
Yep.
So,
and also, this is going to be relevant later, but emotion sickness is also one of those small lyrical flexes I really like, because it's a matter of motion sickness being combobulated due to being tossed around, and then this is an emotion sickness.
And we may revisit that later on.
We might revisit that in the song titled Immersion Sickness, which is the second to last. It's gotta be a fucking hit, yo. Yeah. I mean, with the story that we kind of preempt with this, I feel like I don't know if there's much more to say about it. I mean, it's clear that he's hurt. Thought we were equals. Broken people keep score. Don't say that you really care as if you really do. I mean, woof.
Yeah.
All right.
Keeping in line with the last song, I forgot to say something about that as well. It's not part of the lyrics, but the fact that Paper Machete was released as a single is even better, just for the straight up anger towards Brody.
Yeah, Snoo. Exactly. It's like, it's a combination of I'm justified, and also I've been with this person, married with this person for like, what was that would be 19, so that would have been like 14 years. Like, if he can resolve those emotions in 2 songs, that's impressive. I would need more.
But yeah, that's Negative Space.
That's Negative Space.
4th song, Time and Place.
Time and a Place.
Let's just...
God damn it. Okay, sorry. First line.
Stop.
First line. You got a lot of nerve coming around this place. Hey, remember when I mentioned there were restraining orders?
Oh, yeah.
Alright, let's get to it.
Yeah, you know what? We'll get there.
I'll get there. Ready when you are. That's what?
Wait, doesn't it play?
No.
That's weird. It plays for me.
Interesting.
Try reloading the page.
Yep.
I'll just try going back to Negative Space and starting Time and Place again.
You got a lot of nerve / legal liability coming around this place. Sorry, can we start it over? Because I love this start.
Let's try again.
Yeah.
Let me know if it doesn't play.
It plays.
Do, 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 do.
Go. Yeah. Like as I mentioned, this is just the beginning and the ending of the song, the tempo triggery. It hotwires my brain to love it. Also, verse 3, holy shit. I realize you're like a bummed cigarette, suicide in slow motion. You're such a drag, all that's left is a decent butt. Your promises are smoke, I see you inhale. Fuck me. I fucking love the lyrics in this album. He's just dunking on a woman. Just dunking on her.
Just with imagery of a cigarette. Like
Uh-huh.
it fits throughout the entire verse.
Yeah, and
Also the comment on the last line is someone stating that they have the lyric sheet and they say it's I'll see you in hell, which could be translated to I'll see you in hell.
You bastard,
which
Joshua.
which I really like.
You bastard. I'll see you in hell, get it?
Perfect.
I adore this man's talent and hard work that he's put into becoming such a absolute train house when it comes to Jesus. Ha. Yeah. So this is also a thing that I noticed with the previous song and now this song. He is referring to the songs on the album because, you know, as we kind of mentioned in Negative Space, he mentions emotion sickness. And in this song, he says, space is the emptiness, nothingness between two things, which is negative space. So he's just having fun referring. Well, I don't know if it's like fun to him, but it makes an interesting listen to read the lyrics and then realize that he is referring back to all these points throughout the album. So we don't know what emotion sickness means yet. We'll get to it. It's the second to last album, or second to last song on the album. But just the fact that he is pulling strings between the tracks, it's just so interesting to see this sort of verse flexing.
I'm just impressed at how many ways you can really like savagely annihilate a person on an album.
I mean, he got hurt in so many ways, so it's like one song for every way that you like each state of it. Like the initial is the pure anger, the second one is the fear, and then I guess what's going on here is the realization that no, there is nothing of me that you are allowed to have.
Yeah, I get the feel from this one that he's just, from Paper Machete, he was very angry at Delhi. Negative Space, he was considering what about the future for him and his children. And this one, it's back against Delhi, but more like, man, you're pathetic.
Yeah, like he's standing stronger at this point. Not a matter of superiority, but it's just like he's now realized, in Negative Space, the fear indicates that he's still afraid that she has some sort of power over him or in a way to influence his children or their children, whatever. But in this one, that sort of fear is gone and he's not giving her more power. I realize you're a bum cigarette. You're a drag. All this left is decent, but apparently she's got a good ass, but that's all that's left.
Just taking cigarette butt and using it as an actual butt, it's...
Yeah.
God, I mean, it feels obvious, but it's just good anyway.
It's good. And also, I mean, it's also you take a drag off a cigarette. Like, he looked at a cigarette and then he's like, I can write a whole verse about this.
Yeah.
Nice, but depressing. All right. I think I'm ready for the next one. Do you have more?
Yeah, me too. No, that's about it.
Sick.
Next one, Made to Parade.
Made to Parade.
Track 5. Let's go.
it is nice to see that he doesn't just do character hits. This is him stepping away from that sort of anger. At least just initial concept here. There is still some of it, like I feel like the last line, if I followed you, I'd be lost too. It's just like, fuck you.
I mean, I still get a quite clear sense of anger from this one, but it's more like my understanding is that this is more from a media perspective.
Yes.
Like if you like, what can you say? If the media picks up on a story that involves you, you are basically made to parade from their point of view.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It could both be from the point of view of the Homie Brody, Homie Deli case, but also, do you remember that he was at one live concert, Homie accidentally kicked a photographer in the face?
Yep, I do. I did read that story up. Yeah.
Yeah, and they just straight up went and villainized him, despite his best attempts to apologize in the media. But at a certain point, you just have to dance to the tune, and made to parade from their point of view. That's kind of what I get from this.
There was also a live concert in Norway, I think, where there was like one in the crowd who was really unruly, and Joshua's response was like, I think it was like calling him a fucking faggot, and the media's response was to call him a homophobic bigot. But here comes one of the things. Joshua later on recounted stories of how he, in his youth, took a lot of beatings because he was defending his brother who was homosexual. So that's like an aspect of your life you don't really hear much about from Joshua's side, like his early family life. Like for most of what I know about Joshua, it starts in the desert and Caius, but like when I read this, I didn't even know he had a brother, but the fact that he's been like up fighting to protect him, and then comparing that to like the media trying to drag him, it's just like, yeah, I can see that this is, some sort of aspect of relationship to media, and how it's so dangerous that they can just pull you through something.
Just take the first verse, for example. You better turn a blind eye before they take your other one.
Yeah. You gotta swallow your pride.
You gotta hold your tongue, Shut up or they're gonna slaughter you.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, run like a rabbit as fast as you can. Yeah. Yeah. Verse 2 was always a bit weird to me. I couldn't really fit that in anywhere. After years at a company waiting from the high horse you will ride, you will look down at the peasantry kill themselves to make you smile. Slay your thirst, bitches. Come get what you deserve. I do like this line. Kill the very last whale aboard a yacht of fur. But yeah, I don't know how that fits into the bigger narrative. Oh well. Furboat is a horrible idea. Yeah, but it sells as the idea of this is extravagant to the dumbest degree. If you were to kill the very last whale, it would be somebody doing from a fur yacht. That's my thing.
Just the rich guys.
Rich guys. Yippee. Okay. Yeah, but I mean, I feel like this has been the case for like all the albums. The kind of the middle point, that's where he put in some of the like not the strongest songs. They're still amazing, but like the understanding of the lyrics is a bit more okay. This is just like media dangerous. Like, yeah, okay, fair enough.
Yeah. Speaking of the bathroom carpet, as Clockwork mentioned, I don't know if I've ever told you this, but my grandparents, they had fur on the toilet seat.
Yeah, no,
and it was the worst thing ever because it's kind of comfortable sitting on, but you're along the lines you're always thinking, wait, this is disgusting.
Yeah, I don't know. There was some sort of synapses misfiring in that one generation, because I've definitely also seen like carpet-clad toilet scenes. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you guys? uh, thank God we stumped that one out.
Yeah, you.
You.
Good. You
So,
have anything more for Made to Parade?
I don't think so. Specifically because I've already moved on to the next lyrics, which is Carnevoyeur, which I do again. This is just a fun way to describe things. And I think
that's a lyric video, by the way.
that's a lyric video. Okay, then I'll switch over there. It's one of those cases where I don't know if it's supposed to be carnival or carnivore. It's probably carnivore, voyeur. That's the mix-up. But we'll get to it. Yippee!
Probably. Anyway, let's go for it.
Yippee! Oh, this. Yeah.
the final 10 seconds where it just increases in volume, it gets me every time.
Yeah. I mean, it's also, it fits very well to what the song to me is about, essentially, which is, it's kind of a continuation of something that he touched upon during the Villains album about what message does he want to send to his kids. It's kind of his understanding of what life is to him, which is to live, to fall, to rise, and to just keep living. Like that's like what's important to me, at least. Every living thing will die, from the king in the jungle to the butterfly. The only sin is waiting too long. So it's just like the worst thing you can do with your life is not living.
Definitely. I also find it quite interesting that Nerf brought up in the chat that he sings like David Bowie in this.
Yeah.
Because thinking of Bowie's last record, which was, I think, Black Star from 2016, that's an album that's very steeped in the theme of death.
Mm-hmm.
Mainly due to the fact that Bowie knew that he was gonna die.
Yeah.
And I believe he basically died a month after the album was released, or maybe even shorter than that.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that he sings like him during this song, which I also feel is strongly about death,
Yep.
seems like an homage. to me.
I think you're correct, because I do remember that David Bowie was also mentioned as one of the people that Joshua considered as being people that he lost during that time period.
Yeah.
So that is a very good observation. But yeah.
Yeah. I can't really explain the title though, Carnevoyeur, as we talked about.
No, does he mention it during the song? No, that's true. It's a good word. I really like it, but I don't know how to put it in. I've been working up the courage to watch the Bowie HBO documentary about the last 5 years of his life. I mean,
There's a Bowie documentary? Shit, I need to see that.
Oh shit, boy! Are we about to get sad? Yeah, I was about to say, like, for some reason, David Bowie was kind of an artist that it's always passed me. Like, I haven't really listened to a single Bowie album, so that could essentially be an interesting thing to kind of get into, but that might also be a big ass bummer situation. But on the other hand, we've been talking about domestic abuse and suicidal thoughts and deep depression twice. So, you know.
I mean, he definitely has the lyrical chops, similar to what we've been discussing today.
Mm-hmm. Dog named Bowie, so I'm a bit of a fan. Understandable. Yeah, like the outro of Carnevoyeur, I really love, because it just summarizes what his new view on life is after the 10 years that we've been kind of following his musical career of. We live, we die, we fail, we rise. There is no end to life. On and on, always life.
Yeah, and I haven't really actively seen the music video before, but the fact that the volume increase happens on the word life,
yep,
is very affirming.
Yep.
Actually, let me just pull that up again. Let's just go for it again. Also, the fact, for anyone in chat wondering, we're not adjusting the volume knob at any point here.
No, it goes fucking hard.
Yeah, it just increases rapidly at the end, just after the strings. Let me go back a bit further.
Yeah. I mean,
straight up.
I think it also summarizes a lot of the journey we've kind of been talking about, because Joshua sees himself as a performer, an artist, and then you have this Matador who is, fighting death and winning and living in the end, which is, sort of how Joshua sees himself at times.
Hmm. Just bullfighting death.
I would already say, like, at this point, the difference between like Clockwork and In Times New Roman, the fact that it's like two extremely depressive occurrences through his life who led to the creation of that album, and the gulf between how he handled it is so interesting. It's very life affirming.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bitchin'. All right.
Like the worries that you had, that we had at the end of Like Clockwork, or basically throughout the entirety of Like Clockwork, it's basically just gone at this point. Like we know that that he'll handle himself.
Yep.
So yeah, great.
Oh, this is all. I already know that this is gonna be interesting. All right. What the people say, is that the one with the music video, or is that the no? That's the Sicily that has the royal blood-esque music video.
Oh, does Sicily have a video? I haven't queued that. Anyway, let me put on what the people say, and I'll find the other one.
What the people say.
Go for it.
Go for Brooke. This is like Halloween Garage Rock. Well, it's kind of funny because Joshua has mentioned that like the visual style that he wanted to go for throughout the album was macabre Italian theater, which is also clear from like a lot of the visual imagery from the like albums and all the songs. Like it's this sort of Italian theater, but a dark and twisted version of it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's basically Bone Zone. Yeah, exactly. Um, um, yeah, I feel like this seems to be very similar to some of the notions coming from the Made to Parade song. Some concept of the outside perception of the misconstrued outside perception of what's going on, and the fact that they might just come up with their own ideas. I don't know what the media scene was like for Joshua when he had his custody battle, but just I don't think that it's crazy to assume that there might have been a narrative where Roger, who has previously punched photographs and has a history of alcohol and pills, should not be around his kids. I'm just taking a completely unbiased guess here. But this is probably one of those songs where he's like, interesting, go fuck yourself.
Yeah. I feel like the theme of this is pretty straightforward, unless I'm completely misunderstanding stuff. But yeah, just basically not caring what the... I mean, as the first line says, I don't care what people say.
Yep.
If you're gonna knock, then go away. I mean, he knows where he is. He knows where his priorities are at. If you're having any doubts, or if you don't care, or if you disagree, just fuck off, please.
Yep. Respectfully, go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't care what people know. Like it's very simple. Like he's just, I'm secure in my position, which again, very interesting to see compared to what happened during like Clockwork. Like now he's like, yeah, I don't care. Fuck you. I'm good. Which is nice. It's great. It's seeing this maturation, this evolution is just refreshing.
And also just that bridge.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just the two different ways of singing. It's amazing every time.
Tonight,
Like
it's the night. The kids are taking you to school.
yeah, and he's using two different singing voices for those. Like tonight is the night, and then the other lines are basically somewhat whispering. Kids are taking you to school.
Yeah.
It's great.
It's just wonderful.
You ain't so fucking cool.
You ain't so fucking cool. Future tripping, skipping school. Setting fires, breaking the roads, breaking the law, breaking the law.
Yes, I'm in the mood for some crimes.
Crimes, you say?
Also, the comment made at the on Genius here at the chorus, it's quite interesting. I can just read in an interview with Yashami. I got kind of obsessed with merry-go-rounds on this. Those keyboard parts. Did the merry really go round? Aren't you really stuck on some wheel that's telling you, we're having fun, but after a while you're like, no, I want to fucking barf. Let's get off this thing. There's a lot of Sonic references to merry-go-round shit all over this record. That's just Hummy.
I don't think that he means Sonic the character. I think it just means audio. Because that was about my mind. It's like, what the fuck do you mean? Why are you talking about Sonic? It's like, probably not the Hedgehog.
Can you pull up the Sonic image you sent me 2 weeks ago again? Just for fun.
Yeah, this is probably relevant to what's going on here. Boop. Where's my boy? He's not there. Where's my boy? Where's my little man?
Definitely little hedgehog.
The little hedgehog. No, it's refused. Wait, no, I think it's because I'm zoomed the fuck in. Yeah, there we go. Elrond Hoya MB.
Oh, it's illegal.
Himhaug. Oi, 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 oi. Oi, 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 oi. Oi, 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 oi.
I'm actively curious where on the internet you found that.
I think
Just to know how to avoid it.
Boar is correct that we were looking up images based on the search. Do you think God fears? Do you think God stays in heaven because he fears of what he has made? And then this came up.
You know what? That makes sense.
Yeah, checks.
Checks out.
Tonight is the night. A casino night, Sonic Sonic 2. Yeah, no, that's me.
That's good.
That's that they wrote it wrong. That was what it's supposed to be like.
Sonic 2.
Sonic 2. Okay, I'm pretty sure it's Sicily that has the music video, but you were
I'm pretty sure you're wrong.
cool. Is it emotion sickness then?
It's emotion sickness.
Fair enough. Well, then I have more to say.
No, I think let's just get into Sicily. It's not a lyric video, so we can just go for the lyric sheets.
Yippee!
And a 1, and a 2. Good shit.
Good shit. So Sicily is one of those songs where I'm not really sure what it's about, but the fucking between verse 1 and verse 2, like I was going for it, like I'm ready, and it's like I'm not ready. It's too good.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I'm not really sure what it's about either, to be honest. But it somewhat feels like a regression to some of his earlier songs. I think particularly for some parts of the way you used to do.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because of that almost unhealthy obsession with love.
Yeah.
But then at the end of the song, it turns into a warning instead.
I definitely think there is some realization of warning people against this kind of psychotic love that we saw in the previous album in Villains. Like during the bridge, it's like so clear. Better warn you. Loves assassin, kisses on the lips, poison on the loves assassin. The fact that you can't really hear what's going on in the end, I was like really trying to listen, but it's difficult. But what I think might be going on here, which, we can kind of discuss this, but it sounds to me like the chorus is a different narrative voice. The chorus could potentially be the dangerous love he's talking about. Maybe.
Yeah, so from the point of view of the dangerous love coming to swallow him and tie him up.
Yeah. Tangled and tied, now and forever. Potentially. I mean, again, this is one of those where I potentially missed something, but
I mean, it definitely feels that way. Like the first two verses feel like listing the unhealthy parts of love yet again, possibly to make the listener identify with it in case they're already there. And then the bridge hits and says, "Hey, this can turn unhealthy."
Yeah. I mean, it might be potential some sort of, as you mentioned, some sort of warning sign against regression back to that sort of unhealthy love. Because he did mention in the first song that he was now proprietary of a modern love, unsentimental. I think what's the lyrics? Let me actually go back and check. During the Obscenery song. Modern love, unsentimental, consequences, consequences, I can hum it to you if you like. Like that sort of, I'm not gonna go back to that sort of love. And then Cecil's like, but what if you went back to that sort of love? Wouldn't that be super cool if you did that? And he's like,
No, don't do it.
No, unhunt me.
That could be it.
But yeah, it's definitely obscure.
It's also just a fucking good song, dude.
Yeah, I was about to say, what isn't obscure is the fucking string arrangement and how well it ties into the song. God damn it. Especially the soundscape opening up between the verses, as you said.
Sometimes you could just write a fucking banger and you could just like write some lyrics and whatever, but you have the banger, so it's fine.
Yeah. Speaking of bangers.
Oh, we're getting into the last two ones, which is often the dangerous ones. Emotion Sickness was the one that was also mentioned during the negative space, so we'll go into it. But that one has a fun video. I really like it. It has that sort of visual style that's, it seems that they found somebody they really like to work with when it comes to music videos, because most of the Royal Blood is of that style. And then Joshua, who's a producer for Royal Blood, is like, you know what? I'll take that one. Thank you very much. I think the one I remember the most is hitting the garbage cans, but we'll we'll get to it. All right, I'm ready to peep.
Yeah, let's put it up there. Video playing.
just fucking
Oh no.
fucking love this song.
No, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it.
Are we fighting to pause it? Is that what's happening?
I just pressed it once.
Oh, fair enough. I fucking love this song. I love when Queens of the Stone Age plays around with tempo and just switches between the moods, and it's so clear in the chorus of da na 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 ba ba now da na 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 ba ba now, and then over to the chorus is just this sweeping, baby don't care for me, baby don't care for me, had to let her go, which is just,
I mean,
yeah, go.
the verse riffs, they hit very hard due to the fact that you don't have a constant drum rhythm.
Yeah.
But the drums basically elevate the guitar strokes.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically the entire band just slapping their instruments in unison.
1, 2,
without
3,
having
go.
Yeah, bop 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 bop.
Yeah, I mean it's weird to me. Like I didn't really have a concept of like how much of this album was seeped into this relationship between Hami and Dolly, but in this case, it's also still this sort of needing to reevaluate what does love mean to him, because it wasn't what was before, because that was an emotion sickness. And then at some point he realized what was wrong, which is the fever breaking, which is just a lovely, like, lyrical, like, way of describing it. Like, there is love, and then there is emotion sickness.
Also, the fact he during what was it? It was I think it was The Way You Used to Do. I think he sang something about love being a lucky fever dream.
Yes.
And now the fever is broken.
Mental disease or lucky fever dream. I don't care if I remember correctly. Yeah. I'm just getting to it, but I'm pretty sure that was like how it was mentioned.
And now the fever broke. So that's basically a closed chapter.
Is love mental disease or lucky fever dream? Fine with either. Well, it was a fever dream, which was the better of the two things you put up. But the fever broke, and you're at a better place now. It's like, fuck, yes, dude. And does,
baby.
Yeah. Fuck yeah, baby. And again, like I was mentioning, this sort of like intertextuality happening where one song is referencing another song on the album. Now we're looking into the video of the song referencing the Maid of Parade, which I just find funny.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I didn't really think of that. Yeah, it makes sense.
Also, atrocious, ferocious. I fucking
ferocious.
love. I love his like lyricalization of that one. Just like little ferocious. And garbage cans. I just love garbage cans. Yeah. So to me, this seems like at the point of the album now, he's no longer angry. He's no longer scared. He's done with the outside perception of what was going on. Now he's just resigned to the fact that, you know, she didn't care for me and I'm gonna leave now. I had to let her go. People come and go on the breeze. Yeah, the foppish characters for the ferocious time, just two skeletons in Victorian like outfits. That's ferocious. Also with the hand wiggles, great. How we grow is so painful. Believe you me, then my fever broke. Ferocious. Yeah.
Also, this was the first single from the album, and I find it's a very, very smart choice for a first single, because it also, in addition to solidifying the theme of basically breaking up with Dali, it also really encapsulates this garage sound that I've been preaching for the entirety of the album.
Yes, definitely.
So I think it's a very, very good decision for a first single.
It's almost as though they know what they're fucking doing. We're getting close to the final song, right? Remind me, is there piano on it? Like, I feel like I should go on the piano because it is the final song. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna go to the piano. God, there's so much glass around.
Yeah, you know what? Let's go for the piano. I don't think it has any piano, but
No.
you know, it's a theme.
Yeah, it is a song that kind of winds down things, but it also goes. Whoops, sorry. It also goes fucking hard by the end. There you go.
You know what? It's basically split into two parts, from what I recall, and I remember the last part being like more of an outro, more of a discrete part. So you can start at the stage and end up at the piano.
Ooh, look at you. Good idea. Number 15. Praetor Ragnar. Okay, I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Yippee. Man, this has been fun.
It has.
Yippee.
And you know what? This is a good way to end the album, because I think this might be my favorite track, not of the trilogy, but of this record. So, you know what? It's good.
It's good shit. All right.
Yeah.
And
This.
cool. I'm freaking ready, bro.
Okay,
Gotta start over here.
let's just go then.
Yes.
That's the trilogy.
That's the trilogy. It's just, to me, it's so interesting to see how this album is being concluded compared to the two other albums. Like, if you look at, like, Clockwork, its end is, I'm pretty fucking sad, dude. And then the second one is, I'm hanging in there, bud. And this one is like, I got it now. I figured it out.
Yeah,
I figured out how I want to live my life.
we did it.
We did it. Fucking the bridge of him just going through, like, repeating his new mantra to face down your demons. You got to freedom, to seize all your demons, carpe demon, and then just going through that. The look in your eyes to face down your demons. You got freedom.
I mean, the link between singing "Seize Your Demons" and just connecting that to Carpe Demon, it's
fucking
it's so hummy.
It's so hummy. Also, the middle section where it feels like he's, putting himself up on a soapbox and starts with like the like invigorating speech. The friends close, enemy closer, lend me your ear. I say safety's an illusion, that's why I disappear. Infiltrators, saboteurs. And the one line where he just goes fucking hard is Maraud the facade cause the children want answer, corrode from the inside like a good type of cancer, piss on the clergy, the new age heathens, the old god, avant-garde, technology, Jesus, the handmaid jury, cage-free, corporate raiders, and then my favorites like patriotic, probiotic, deletist, erasist. Like, it's this whole middle section is just...
He goes hard.
He goes fucking hard with the lyrics, and I'm like, fuck, this is good. Like, all the connection being pulled, the little lyrical whoopsie-doodles he does. It's just, I don't know. This is a good way to end the album, and, now I've said it 3 times with Queens of the Stone Age. They know how to end an album, and they know how to start an album.
Sure do.
Yeah, sure do. Thank you, Wintry. Yeah, I mean, I knew the second I knew that this was like a trilogy album, I was like, I have people who come to my live stream. I need to let them know that this is the thing that I love, and they, by the end of it, if they like Queens of the Stone Age more than they did before, I win.
Yeah, and good news, Wintry. It's a whole heap of other albums.
Mm-hmm. It's gonna be weird, like, listen to the older albums. Thank you.
It's not as thematically strict, or I should say focused, as these 3 albums, but some of the earlier albums are really smack. I mean, basically the entirety of Songs for the Deaf. That's just a legendary album.
Yep, definitely.
Just from a pure musical perspective.
Yep.
Also, it's probably, I think Wintry said that that you've heard Queens before.
Yeah,
Drinking as a
mean,
youth. It's probably no one knows.
Yeah.
You've heard. Which is, that's just a party song.
That's just a party song, and I know that the slightly older generation, for them, it's rated R with nicotine, Valium, ecstasy, and alcohol. Which is fun because that song is apparently banned on some radios for, and this is Joshua's own interpretation, like, I'm just fucking listing them. What's your issue? Cocaine. Yeah, Lullabies to Paralyze. That was one of those albums that kind of went over my head. Like, it took me a while before I realized that one, and that quickly became one of my favorite, mainly because of Burn the Witch. I fucking love that song.
Fun because it's still one of the albums they have that's very, I should say, underrated. Because it's not really spoken of. A lot of people preach Songs for the Deaf and the newer albums here.
Era Vulgaris,
also Era Vulgaris as well. Lullabies really goes under the radar for the most part.
Don't know why. I fucking love it.
Yeah, and Era Vulgaris also has some massive bangers.
Make It
Threes and
With
Sevens,
You is the best
and Make
fuck
It With
song.
You. Yeah.
It's just,
Make It With You and Threes and Sevens.
Mhm.
Probably favorites from that album. Sick, Sick, Sick is also very good.
Yeah. Sick. But yeah, I don't know if we need to like go through a lot of straight jacket fitting. I feel like it might be better just to give it a cursory glance and be like, yeah, that was good stuff. But we might have gone through what we initially want to say. I don't feel like we need to go too deep into it, but it's
I feel the same.
yeah, it's just to capsulize. It's the end of the trilogy of albums. It's a man going through two strong depressions. Thank you. And yeah, he gone through two depressions, but he handled it in two very different ways. And he's evolved and become more of a human being over the course of these 3 albums, which is just wonderful. And then it's just like from a technical perspective, fucking powerhouses from the lyrical side of thing, whimsical and clever, and just likes to write things like voyeurism, jism, and consequences, schmonsequences.
He's just having fun, really. I mean, the fact, what did you say? He didn't have any lyrics in November and then released the album in June. The fact that he can write this in half a year around it, it's absolutely insane.
Just the sheer quality. And as also, it's a thing we haven't really mentioned that much, but he was, I did mention quickly that he was kind of inspired by that sort of like dark version of Italian theater. There are references to Shakespearean the play, which is the salesperson in Venice, and then the final string version, or the final like musical outro in this song, is also drawn inspiration from like Italian classical music. So it's like he even has the time to like flex on you at the same time. It's like it's so cool.
The Kaya sounding part is Italian.
Yes, it's I do see what you mean with Kaya's, but to me it's Kaya's mixed with this sort of new like inspiration of like this Italian thing. But definitely the second you say like, oh, this sounds like Kaya's, like, fuck, you're right. Yeah, cool. I don't think I have much more. I don't want to do anything crazy now. I just kind of want to grab my little friend here, yoink, and we can head to the bar and we'll find somebody to raid. And yeah, I want to thank everyone.
Final comments.
Final comments. Yes, go.
Just out of curiosity, what do you think of the title, In Times New Roman?
I was actually considering just quickly having a look at what Genius is saying about this Times New Roman, because it might be like a surface thing that he did, because
I think it looks like Genius is stating something along, again, reflecting on the Brody Hummy battle there, that it was basically it was all over the news, like in the media, newspapers are printed in Times New Roman.
Yeah, I also feel like just by the fact that it's inspired by like old Italian empire tradition, which is also, if you know the history of Italy, it's just wrought with empires falling and rising, and then you also have like the Roman Empire falling and rising. So it might potentially, what it could be, which I find is potentially a much more satisfying interpretation based on what we know. Times New Roman might be the fall of an empire to build something new. So this is the new Roman that's being built after the previous has collapsed. Because if you look at how he was feeling around villains, it's a very like life affirming album with some like sinister psychotic tones into it. And at this point, that empire has fallen and crumbled completely, and he needs something new now.
I really like that interpretation. I find that very, and also very fitting throughout the, considering the first two albums.
Mm-hmm. And also
Makes
just
sense. Makes sense. According to the songs as well. Like we know he's in a better place.
yep.
Where the previous empire, based on depression and worries, has fallen. I like that. That sounds very nice.
It's also clear that there is like a purification happening throughout this one album because, as we mentioned, there's a lot of songs about Broly, and it ranges from pure anger to a more accepted, like it's a relationship that's ended, but it's a clean cut by the end, not a messy, not an infected one. Which, making that sort of narrative or that sort of like connection is interesting when you consider the impetus for the first album, the antibiotic resistant strain, and then I don't know the middle section. I know that I say like, oh, I want to stop now, but I keep just want to talking about it. But there is one line or there is one word in the middle section where he starts being on his soapbox, which is when he just says the word. Okay, there's actually two things. So there's one event in his life that I didn't talk about because it was very rapidly over. Between Villains and In Times New Roman, he was sick for a while. He got diagnosed with some type of cancer that got quickly removed, and he got better again quickly. So that's why I didn't really mention it because it was over so quickly. But imagine being Joshua being like, oh yeah, we're gonna have a surgery, it's gonna be super easy, there's not gonna be a problem. Hey, remember when I got the botched knee surgery and I got in a major depression? And then got the whole bacterial infection. During that middle section, he's both referring to like cancer and antibiotics by saying the corroded from the inside, like a good type of cancer, and then the patriotic probiotic deletist erases. So he's like making the slightest nods to these two things that are happening in his life, and just imagine the sheer terror he must have felt knowing that he would need to go through surgery.
Yeah, I completely see that, but I also think it's kind of interesting that he uses the words and like cancer, probiotic, stuff like that in a context that doesn't really. It's not directly a nod to what he actually went through.
No,
but he's applying it in another way.
Yeah, it's one of those cases where if you're Queens of Stone Age nerds like you and I now are, and people who've been watching for these. What are we looking at? Almost 7 hours of stream.
We're all nerds now.
We're all nerds now. Yeah, like that's for us. Like I'm gonna put this one line and this one word in, and that's for all the dweebs out there who looked at like Clockwork and were like, I'm gonna milk this for all the interesting stories that are in here.
Hey, remember when I got cancer?
One of us. One of us.
Clap one, clap off, clap us.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's my final interpretation of In Times New Roman, is the collapse of an empire to build a new one. And I'm not gonna rate this album because it's just fucking good and I'm a fan, so I will never say anything bad about this album. I mean, you can't make me.
I mean, numerical ratings suck anyway.
Yeah.
Just know it's good and listen to it.
I'm not here to make a judgment call. I'm just saying this is good, and if you don't like it, we're done with this conversation. Cool. Let's give somebody some love. I'm gonna send people over to Risto because he also enjoys music.
Final note. Can we just note that we've been streaming for 7 hours now?
Yeah.
I'm getting hungry.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I was about to, like, as soon as we rated out and I've like stopped stream, I was going to tell you, hey, you remember when I said let's watch the Maxwell video afterwards? Let's don't.
Yeah, let's not. Let's make dinner.
Let's make dinner instead. Yeah. I'll send people over to Risto. He also enjoys music, and he's doing. Actually, is he doing music or Blender? He is doing music. Cool. That's fitting. We'll send him over there. He's not been Queens of the Stone Age, but you know, we'll still get over there. Thank you everyone who joined in. I am going to upload this on YouTube because I went through the troubles of muting the music from the VOD, and it'll probably take a while before it's ready because I want to like mark every point in the video where a song starts, so you can kind of like pull up a different video so you can listen to what we listened to at that point, and then you know I'll try and archive it because I liked it.
It's a good stream. Thanks
Hey.
for having me.
No, thanks for being here. Cool. I'll send people off, and yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Like a normal stream, not a long one. I have D&D tomorrow, so I can't stream for too long. But Monday, I have a day off, so I'm gonna stream again. I'm gonna make cocktails. I've had a lot of weird streams lately, but you know, I still have that science stream to do. We'll get there. I'm gonna send you off. What should the raid message be? Ooh, you know what? Let's take from the song. Let's take to seize all your demons, Carpe Diem, demon.
Oh, yeah, it's a good one.
There we go. And doop, one more time. And one more time. All right, that's the raid message. Thank you for hanging out. I had a wonderful time. And Carpet Demon, got it. Fucking nailed it. All right, I'm gonna jump off this planet now because you know you can't get better than this. Yippee! I didn't expect for me to cry twice. I was like, I'm ready to cry once. I didn't expect twice, but you know, here we are. Yippee! There we go.
So some emotions.
Delicious emotions. Yum yum yum. All right, and rate.